Welcome to the Adult Storyteller. Story number 1. The moment I stepped into the hanging house of Blackwater Lane, the air thickened with the scent of aged wood and something else. Something metallic, like old blood soaked into the floorboards, though the cheerful Airbnb listing had promised a charming Victorian retreat in the heart of rural England. The walls, papered in faded florals, seemed to breathe as shadows stretched unnaturally long in the flickering light of the wrought iron chandelier, and the staircase groaned underfoot as if burdened by invisible feet. That first night, I woke with a searing pain around my neck, my fingers clawing at raw, rope-burned flesh, though my room was empty, the door still locked from the inside. The others, 3 fellow guests lured by the same too-good-to-be-true listing, found similar marks by morning, their confusion mirroring mine, our laughter brittle as we joked about shared nightmares, though none of us remembered dreaming at all. The next night, we set up cameras, determined to catch a prankster or perhaps a gas leak causing hallucinations. But the footage showed something worse. Me, eyes wide and unseeing, moving like a marionette toward the attic door, my hands outstretched as if pulled by unseen strings, the others following in a silent, sleepwalking procession. The attic was a nightmare frozen in time. Nooses, frayed and stained, swayed ever so slightly in the draftless air, the rafters above scarred by the weight of countless hangings, the floor beneath them scuffed by desperate, dragging feet. The historian we called, a gaunt man with a pallor that suggested he'd spent too long among the dead, uncovered the truth with trembling hands. The house was built by Elias Vane, a 19th century executioner driven mad after being forced to hang innocent men, women, and finally, in a fit of guilt-racked delirium, his own family, their ghosts tethered to the house by his unspeakable sins. The nooses, he whispered, weren't just remnants, they were invitations, a way for Vane's spirit to reenact his crimes using fresh victims, their souls becoming temporary vessels for his lost wife, son, and daughter, their deaths repeated over and over to soothe his eternal torment. We tried to leave then, but the doors refused to open, the windows sealed as if by invisible hands, the house itself alive and hungry. One by one, the others vanished in the night, their screams muffled by the thick walls, their bodies found at dawn hanging limp from the rafters, faces twisted in expressions of waking terror. By the final night, I was alone, barricaded in the smallest bedroom, my breath coming in ragged gasps as the temperature dropped and the walls wept condensation that smelled of sweat and tears. I must have passed out from exhaustion, because I woke mid-air, the noose already tight around my neck, my legs kicking frantically at nothing, the attic floor impossibly far below. And then I saw him, Elias Vane, his hollow eyes gleaming with something like gratitude as he watched me choke, his lips moving in a silent prayer. But the worst part? The moment my vision blurred, I felt my body go slack, my consciousness slipping not into darkness, but into another's memories. A young girl's, her name stolen, her voice silenced, her terror eternal. And as my last thought dissolved into hers, I realized with gut-wrenching clarity, I wasn't dying. I was becoming the new daughter, the new victim. The house had me now, and the cycle would begin again. The rope bit deeper, my vision tunneling into a pinprick of dim light as my body convulsed, my fingers scraping uselessly against the rough fibers, the attic air thick with the scent of mildew and something fouler, decay, desperation, the lingering stench of old sweat from 100 throats that had strained against this same noose. I could feel her, the girl whose name I now knew was Eleanor, her memories flooding into me like ice water, her terror merging with mine until I couldn't tell where she ended and I began. I saw through her eyes as Elias, her father, his face a mask of grief and madness, fastened the noose around her neck, his hands shaking not from hesitation but from something worse, conviction, the belief that this was mercy, that death was kinder than the shame of his crimes. The floor dropped away beneath her, just as it had for me, and in that final second she didn't scream. She whispered his name, not in anger, but in heartbreak. And then darkness. But not for me. Not truly. Because when I gasped awake, my throat ragged and burning, I wasn't in the attic anymore. I was in the hallway, standing before a mirror, my reflection warped in the age-speckled glass, my face not entirely my own. My lips moved, but the voice that came out was hers, soft, trembling, calling for a father who was long dead yet somehow still here, still pulling the strings. The house sighed around me, the floorboards creaking in a rhythm like a slow, satisfied heartbeat, the walls humming with a presence that wasn't just Elias but all of them, every soul who had died here, their anguish woven into the very foundation. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. They carried me instead to the window, where the moonlit garden below seemed to writhe with shadowy figures, their necks bent at unnatural angles, their faces turned upward, watching, waiting. And then I understood. I wasn't just a vessel for Eleanor. I was her replacement, the new thread in the tapestry of suffering that kept this house alive. The others, the guests before me, had played their parts too, their deaths reenacting the executions Elias had performed, their souls trapped in an endless loop of his making. But Eleanor's role had been different. She wasn't just a victim. She was the key, the one whose death had broken him completely, the sin he could never outrun. And now I was her. The realization hit me like a fist to the chest as my body turned, puppet-like, toward the stairs, my feet moving of their own accord, the pull of the attic irresistible. Because the house wasn't done with me yet. It would never be done with me. And as I climbed, the rope burns around my neck throbbing in time with my pulse. I knew the truth. This wasn't just a haunting. It was an inheritance, and I was now the heir. The stairs groaned beneath me as I ascended, each step heavier than the last, my breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps that did nothing to ease the fire in my lungs. Because I wasn't breathing for myself anymore. I was breathing for her, for Eleanor. Her ghost coiled inside me like a second spine. Her sorrow so deep it felt like my own ribs were cracking under the weight of it. The attic door stood ajar, swaying gently as if someone had just passed through, though I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach twist, that no living thing had touched it in decades. The nooses still hung there, their shadows long and crooked in the pale moonlight, but now there were more of them, too many to count, swaying in a breeze that didn't exist, each one whispering a name, Thomas, Mary, James, names I didn't know but she did, names that made her whimper inside my skull. And then I saw him, Elias. Not a ghost, not a memory, but something worse, something solid, his form flickering between the gaunt, grief-ravaged man he'd been, and something monstrous, his fingers too long, his mouth stretched too wide, his eyes black pits that dripped a thick, tar-like substance onto the floorboards. He reached for me, and my body moved toward him without my consent, my arms lifting as if to embrace him, even as every nerve in my body screamed to run. His hands closed around my throat, not to strangle me, but to position me, his touch almost tender as he guided me beneath the noose that had once taken his daughter, the fibers of the rope humming against my skin like live wires. I tried to fight, but Eleanor's presence inside me wanted this, needed it, her love for him twisted into something sick and desperate, a daughter's longing for a father's approval even in damnation. The noose tightened, and this time I didn't kick. I didn't scream, because I finally understood this wasn't just punishment. It was a performance, a ritual, and I was the star. The floor vanished, and for one impossible, gut-churning moment, I hung there, suspended between life and death. The pain unbearable, but also familiar, like I'd done this 1,000 times before. And then snap. Not my neck. Something else. The world split, reality peeling back like rotting wallpaper to reveal the truth beneath. The house was alive, its walls pulsing like a throat, its foundations built not on brick and mortar but on bones, on the collective agony of everyone who had died here. And I wasn't just Eleanor now. I was all of them. Their memories surged through me, a flood of terror and despair, each death playing out in my mind like a reel of film. Over and over, no beginning, no end, just an endless loop of suffering. And then, worst of all, I felt him, Elias, inside me too, his madness seeping into my thoughts, his voice slithering through my veins like poison. "You see now," he whispered, not in my ear but inside my skull, "why it must be this way." And I did. God help me, I did. Because the house wasn't just haunted. It was hungry, and we were its food. The moment stretched, snapped, and then I was back in my bed, the morning sun streaming through the curtains, my throat raw but unmarked, the rope burns gone as if they'd never been. For one dizzying second, I thought it had all been a nightmare. But then I moved, and my body didn't feel like my own. My hands were too pale, my fingers too delicate. And when I looked in the mirror, my reflection smiled at me with Eleanor's smile. The house had won. I was hers now, and the next guests were already on their way. The first knock at the door sent a jolt through me. No, through us, because Eleanor was coiled inside my mind like a serpent, her anticipation slithering through my veins as I moved toward the entrance, my steps too light, too graceful, no longer entirely mine. The couple on the doorstep looked so ordinary, so alive, their faces bright with vacation excitement, completely unaware of the way my fingers twitched at my sides, itching to usher them inside, to let the house taste their warmth. "Welcome," I heard myself say, my voice lilting in a way that wasn't my own, the words sweet as poisoned honey. "You're going to love it here." Their laughter as they crossed the threshold made my stomach clench. Or it should have, but Eleanor's presence smothered my revulsion, her ghostly fingers pressing against my lips to stifle any warning I might have uttered. The house exhaled around us, the air thickening with the scent of old roses and something darker, something rotting beneath the perfume, and I watched as the woman, Lila, her name tag said, shivered, her smile faltering for just a second before she brushed it off. "Chilly in here," she joked, rubbing her arms, and I wanted to scream, to shove them back out the door, but my body wasn't mine to control anymore. Instead, I smiled wider, my cheeks aching with the strain, and offered to show them to their room. The attic door, I noticed, was already slightly ajar. As night fell, I lay stiffly in my bed, listening to the house breathe around me, the walls creaking with restless energy. Eleanor's whispers filled my skull, her excitement a live wire under my skin, her memories flashing behind my eyes. The way her father's hands had trembled as he adjusted the noose, the way the rope had felt, rough and unyielding, the split second of blinding pain before the darkness took her. I squeezed my eyes shut, but it didn't help. I could feel it happening again, somewhere above me. The couple's muffled footsteps as they sleepwalked to the attic, their breaths slow and even, their bodies moving like marionettes on invisible strings. The soft, sickening creak of the rafters accepting their weight. The silence afterward. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sounds weren't coming from outside. They were inside me, echoing in the hollow spaces Eleanor had carved out of my soul. When morning came, I found them in the parlor, pale but unharmed, their necks smooth and unmarked. They chatted over breakfast, oblivious, while I sat frozen, watching the way Lila's fingers kept drifting to her throat, her brow furrowed as if trying to recall a dream just out of reach. Her husband joked about the strange noises last night, and they laughed, but their laughter was too loud, too sharp, the sound of people trying to convince themselves they weren't afraid. They didn't know yet. They didn't understand that the marks wouldn't appear until after they left, that the house liked to play with its food, to let them think they'd escaped before the real horror began. And when they finally packed their bags and waved goodbye, their eyes already glazing over with the first tendrils of the house's influence, I didn't wave back. I just stood there, smiling Eleanor's smile, counting the hours until they'd be back. Because they always came back. The house made sure of it, and we would be waiting. The moment their car disappeared down the overgrown lane, the house shifted around me, the walls exhaling a sigh of satisfaction as the last echoes of living warmth faded from its halls. My hands, her hands, Eleanor's hands, twitched at my sides, the ghostly residue of their fear still clinging to my fingertips like static. I tried to resist, to claw my way back to the surface of my own mind, but she was stronger now, her presence a suffocating weight pressing against my ribs, her memories bleeding into mine until I could no longer remember which screams were hers and which were mine. The mirror in the hallway caught my reflection as I passed, and for a heart-stopping moment I saw him, Elias, standing behind me, his rotting hands resting on my shoulders, his lipless mouth curled into something that might have been a smile. Then the image rippled, and it was just me again, my face pale, my eyes hollow, the bruises around my throat blooming like dark violets beneath my skin. The attic door creaked open on its own, the scent of old rope and sweat drifting down the stairs, and my feet moved toward it without my consent, drawn like a moth to a flame. The nooses swayed gently in the stagnant air, their shadows stretching across the floor like grasping fingers, and I realized with dawning horror that there were two new ones among them, fresh, unweathered, the fibers still taut with anticipation. The house was preparing for the next guests already. It knew they would come. It always knew. A cold draft brushed against the back of my neck, and I turned to see Eleanor standing beside me, her form flickering between solid and spectral, her face a perfect mirror of my own except for the bruises circling her throat, the dark, sunken hollows of her eyes. "You see," she whispered, her voice like nails dragging across my spine. "This is how it has to be. This is how we survive." I wanted to scream, to deny her, but the words died in my throat as the first drop of blood hit the floorboards between us. Then another, and another. The rafters above us wept crimson, the droplets splattering against my face, my hands, my lips, and I realized with gut-wrenching clarity that it wasn't just blood. It was memory, the house feeding me the deaths of every soul it had claimed, their final moments playing out in vivid, agonizing detail behind my eyes. A man sobbing as the noose tightened, a woman begging for mercy, a child who didn't understand. Over and over, an endless reel of suffering, and at the center of it all, Elias, his madness a living thing, his grief a black hole that devoured everything it touched. The vision shattered as the front door slammed open downstairs, the sound jolting through me like a gunshot. Footsteps echoed in the foyer, too heavy, too deliberate, and I knew before I even turned, they were back. Lila and her husband, their faces slack, their eyes glazed, their necks ringed with angry red burns that hadn't been there when they left. They moved in perfect unison, their steps mechanical, their arms limp at their sides, and I understood then that the house had never let them go. It had only pretended to. It wanted them to think they'd escaped. It wanted them to hope. Because hope made the fear so much sweeter when it finally crushed them. Eleanor's laughter bubbled up inside me, her delight a poison in my veins as the couple began to climb the stairs, their movements jerky, their mouths opening and closing soundlessly, like fish gasping for air. The attic door swung wider, the darkness beyond it yawning open like a mouth, and I realized with a surge of pure, animal terror that I was no longer just a prisoner. I was the warden. The house had made me its accomplice. And as the first noose slipped around Lila's neck, her husband standing motionless beside her, his face blank, his soul already half gone, I felt my lips curl into a smile that wasn't mine. "Shoo!" I heard myself whisper, my voice a grotesque parody of comfort. "It's better if you don't fight it." And as the floor dropped out from beneath them, as their bodies jerked and twisted in the empty air, I finally stopped screaming. Because the truth was worse than death. The truth was that part of me liked it, and that part was growing stronger every day. The moment their bodies stilled, swaying grotesquely like broken pendulums from the rafters, the house sighed, a deep, shuddering exhale that rattled the windows and sent dust motes dancing in the pale morning light now creeping through the attic's single grime-smeared window. My hands rose of their own accord, fingers outstretched toward the fresh corpses as if to caress them, and I felt Eleanor's satisfaction oozing through me like warm syrup, her ghostly fingers interlacing with mine as we admired the house's handiwork together. The rope burns around my own throat pulsed in time with my heartbeat, a constant reminder of the bond one could never break, the noose that had long since tightened around my soul. Downstairs, the grandfather clock struck 8 with a series of hollow, mocking chimes, and on cue, the front door creaked open again. Not from wind or intruder, but from the house itself, its hunger momentarily sated, now politely welcoming the next unwitting guests who would inevitably arrive by noon. The cycle demanded it. The real horror wasn't the deaths, I realized as I descended the stairs with Eleanor's grace in my steps, my reflection in the hallway mirror showing her hollow eyes superimposed over mine. It was the banality, the way the house operated with the precision of a well-oiled machine, the way the blood never stained the floors for long, the way new nooses materialized before the old ones even stopped swaying. By the time the cheerful family of 4 from London pulled into the drive, their minivan packed with suitcases and picnic baskets, I was already waiting on the porch with a pitcher of lemonade, the ice cubes clinking like shards of bone in the glass, my smile a perfect replica of the one from the Airbnb listing photos. The little girl, no older than 6, reached for my hand with sticky fingers, and as our skin touched, I felt the house purr through the rotting floorboards beneath us. Eleanor's whisper coiled through my mind like smoke. This one will play my role beautifully. And as I led them inside, the door slamming shut behind us with finality, I found myself humming the same lullaby Elias had sung to his daughter the night he killed her, the notes slithering off-key from lips that were no longer entirely my own. The house had won. I had lost. And the worst part, I wasn't even sure when I'd stopped minding. The family's laughter curdled in my ears as I led them through the foyer, their oblivious chatter bouncing off walls that drank their voices like a parched throat gulping water. The mother remarking on the quaint vintage charm, the father joking about ghost stories, their 2 children giggling as they raced up the staircase that groaned a little too loudly beneath their small feet. My fingers twitched at my sides, nails digging into my palms hard enough to draw blood, but the pain was distant, muted, as if someone had wrapped my nerves in layers of wool. Eleanor's presence swelled inside me, her anticipation a living thing slithering through my veins, her whispered instructions slimy against the inside of my skull. Put the parents in the blue room, the children in the nursery. He likes the young ones closest to the attic. The words left my mouth in a voice that was mine but not mine, cheerful and bright as I handed them their keys, the metal unnaturally cold against their palms though they didn't seem to notice. Dinner passed in a haze, their forks scraping against antique china, their teeth tearing into meat that smelled suspiciously rich, their glasses never quite emptying no matter how much wine they drank. I watched from the shadows of the kitchen doorway as the father's jokes grew slurred, as the mother's eyelids fluttered, as the children's heads drooped onto their arms, their breathing deepening into something unnatural, something orchestrated. The house was humming now, a sound just beneath human hearing that vibrated in my molars, in the hollow spaces between my ribs. When the grandfather clock struck midnight, they rose in unison, their movements jerky and marionette precise, their eyes glassy and unseeing as they began their procession upstairs. The little girl turned back at the landing, her face slack except for her eyes, her terrified, fully aware eyes, and in that moment I felt Eleanor's control slip just enough for my own scream to rip through our shared throat. But the sound was swallowed instantly by the house, absorbed into its endless hunger, and then my hands were moving again, guiding the child forward, her small fingers icy in mine. The attic door stood open, the nooses swaying gently in greeting, and as the family arranged themselves beneath the rafters with the practiced ease of actors taking their marks, I realized with sickening clarity that this wasn't possession, it was partnership. My soul hadn't been overwritten by Eleanor's, it had been braided with it, our horrors entwined until neither of us could remember where one ended and the other began. The first rope snapped taut with a sound like a breaking neck, and something deep in my chest unspooled in response, a dark, shameful pleasure blooming where my revulsion should have been. By the time the last body stopped twitching, my lips were moving in time with Eleanor's, our voices merging as we whispered the same words Elias had spoken to his victims. It will only hurt until it doesn't. The house sighed in contentment, its foundations settling like a well-fed beast, and as I turned to descend the stairs, already hearing the crunch of gravel under new tires outside, already tasting the next guest's fear like copper on my tongue, I finally understood the true horror wasn't being trapped in this cycle, but realizing I no longer wanted to escape it. The doorbell rang, bright and cheerful, and my reflection in the hallway mirror smiled back at me with too many teeth as I reached for the knob, the house breathing through my lungs as I swung it open to greet the fresh meat. The new guests stood on the threshold, a young couple, their fingers intertwined, their eyes bright with vacation excitement, completely unaware of the way the hallway behind me seemed to pulse with unnatural shadows, the walls contracting slightly like the gullet of some enormous beast preparing to swallow them whole. "Welcome to Blackwater Lane," I heard myself say, my voice dripping with a hospitality that curdled my own stomach even as the words left my lips, their warmth as artificial as the flush in my cheeks. The woman, Emily, her name would be Emily, I somehow already knew, stepped across the threshold first, her sandals clicking against floorboards that felt momentarily spongy beneath her feet before hardening again, the house tasting her, testing her resilience. Her boyfriend followed, his arms slipping possessively around her waist, and I had to bite down on the hysterical laugh bubbling up my throat when I saw how perfectly his neck would fit the newest noose, the one still slightly damp with the previous guest's sweat. The tour passed in a sickening pantomime of normalcy, my hands gesturing to antique furniture that hadn't been there yesterday, my lips praising plumbing I knew would spew rust-brown water the moment they tried to shower, my feet avoiding the floorboard that would creak exactly like a child's scream if stepped upon after midnight. As I showed them to their room, the lavender suite, where 3 generations of vain women had died, Emily's fingers brushed against a discolored patch of wallpaper, and the house responded instantly, the temperature dropping so abruptly our breath fogged in the air between us. Old houses, I chuckled, the sound like dry leaves rattling in my throat, full of drafts and secrets. The moment passed, the house withdrawing its presence just enough to lull them, but not before I saw the first flicker of unease cross their faces, not before I tasted the metallic tang of their quickening pulses, the seasoning that made their fears so delicious to whatever lurked in the walls. Dinner was a grotesque parody of hospitality, the food I served somehow richer, more succulent than anything my hands could have prepared, the wine swirling in their glasses with a viscosity that wasn't quite right. I watched from the kitchen doorway as they ate, as their laughter grew louder and more forced, as their pupils dilated beyond what the dim candlelight could explain. The grandfather clock's ticking grew louder with each passing minute, its hands moving in barely perceptible jerks, speeding toward the witching hour when the house would wake fully and begin its grim work. When Emily excused herself to the bathroom, I seized my moment, one last, desperate rebellion, and caught her wrist as she passed, my fingers gripping with bruising intensity as I tried to force out a warning through lips that fought to remain sealed. What emerged was a strangled whisper. The attic window, the latch. Before Eleanor's presence crashed over me like a wave, drowning my consciousness in a riptide of someone else's memories. I surfaced minutes later to find myself smiling beatifically at the couple again, pouring more of that suspiciously dark wine, my warning either unspoken or unheard. As midnight approached, the air grew thick with the scent of old rope and damp earth, and I found my body moving toward the attic stairs with dreadful inevitability, my limbs no longer my own, but merely vessels for the house's hunger. The nooses hung waiting, their shadows stretching long across the floorboards like grasping fingers, and as the first choked gasp echoed from the bedroom below, I realized with horrifying clarity that this time, I wouldn't be merely watching. The house had greater plans for me tonight. My hands, moving with practiced ease I didn't possess, began braiding fresh rope from strands of my own hair that fell out in clumps, the fibers weaving themselves together with a life of their own, because the cycle demanded new nooses for new victims, and I had become the weaver as well as the witness. The couple's footsteps on the stairs were eerily synchronized, their faces blank but their eyes screaming, and as I helped, yes, helped, position the first noose around Emily's slender neck, I finally understood the true depth of my damnation. I wasn't just trapped in the horror, I had become part of its machinery, my soul another cog in the house's endless, hungry rhythm. The floor dropped away beneath them with a groan of protesting wood, and as their bodies danced their final jerking dance, I felt not revulsion but a terrible, creeping satisfaction, because the house was pleased, and Eleanor was pleased, and somewhere in the rotting core of my being, a part of me was pleased too. The front door creaked open downstairs, the house already calling its next victims, and as I turned to greet them, my reflection in the hallway mirror showed not my face, but Elias's rotting grin superimposed over my features, his hands resting on my shoulders in grotesque parody of paternal pride. The cycle continued. The house feasted, and I, the once reluctant prisoner, now moved through the horrors with the ease of long practice. Because the most terrifying thing about damnation isn't the moment you realize you're trapped. It's the moment you stop wanting to escape. The next guests arrived in a flurry of laughter and rolling suitcases. 2 college girls on a weekend getaway, their phones raised to capture every quaint detail of the Victorian facade, completely oblivious to how the windows seemed to blink slowly as they approached, how the porch steps groaned a little too loudly beneath their weight. I watched from the doorway, my hands folded neatly over my apron, feeling Eleanor's amusement ripple through me as the blonde one, Maddie, her name tag announced, commented on the perfect Instagram aesthetic, her manicured fingers already framing a shot that would later reveal shadowy figures in the upstairs windows when viewed in daylight. "You'll want the honeymoon suite," I heard myself say, my voice syrupy with false warmth as I led them inside, their perfume clashing violently with the house's natural scent of damp wood and something faintly coppery. The house was already working on them. The taller girl, Jess, kept rubbing her arms as if cold, though the thermostat read 72 degrees, and Maddie's cheerful chatter faltered every time we passed a mirror, her reflection blinking a fraction too slowly to be natural. Dinner was a surreal performance, me serving dishes I didn't remember cooking, their colors too vibrant, their aromas too rich, the roast beef bleeding onto the china in ways that made my stomach lurch even as the girls devoured it with unsettling enthusiasm. The wine, poured from an unlabeled bottle that hadn't been in the cellar earlier, left crimson streaks on their teeth when they smiled, and I realized with dawning horror that I was no longer fighting Eleanor's control. I was anticipating it, my hands moving to refill their glasses before they could ask, my laughter harmonizing perfectly with hers when Jess joked about the house being haunted. As midnight approached, the air grew thick with the scent of burning hair and wet rope, and I found myself herding them toward the staircase with gentle insistence, my fingers brushing against their wrists in a way that made them shiver but not resist, their pupils dilated with more than just alcohol. The attic door stood ajar, the nooses swaying gently in a non-existent breeze, and this time when the girls began their sleepwalking ascent, I didn't just watch, I guided, my hands steady as I adjusted the ropes around their necks, my voice whispering the same soothing lies Elias had used on his victims. When the floor dropped away, when their bodies jerked in that terrible familiar dance, something inside me snapped into place with finality. The last fractured piece of my resistance crumbling as Eleanor's memories and mine fully merged, our shared pasts twisting together like the fibers of the hanging ropes. The house sighed in contentment, its hunger momentarily sated, and as I turned to descend the stairs, I caught my reflection in the dust-covered hallway mirror. My features now permanently altered, my eyes sunken and ancient, my smile bearing the same cruel tilt as Elias's in the portrait above the mantel. The front door creaked open on its own, the house already calling for its next victims, and I realized with terrifying clarity that I was no longer a prisoner or even a participant. I had become part of the house itself, my soul woven into its foundation as surely as the nails in its beams. The cycle would continue, the hunger would return, and I would greet each new guest with a smile that grew more genuine every time, because the most profound horror wasn't the loss of my humanity, but the gradual, inescapable realization that I didn't miss it at all. The years melted together like candle wax after that, the parade of guests blurring into one endless procession of lifted chins and tightening nooses. The skeptical paranormal investigators who scoffed until their equipment began recording voices that weren't theirs. The elderly couple celebrating their anniversary, who held hands even as the ropes bit into their flesh. The runaway teen who sobbed for her mother in those last lucid seconds before the drop. I welcomed them all with the same practiced smile, my reflection in the foyer mirror growing stranger with each passing season. My hair now streaked with Elias's gray, my posture stiffening into his hunched silhouette, my voice developing the same rasp that had once whispered final comforts to the condemned. The house thrived under our stewardship, its hunger growing more sophisticated. Where once it demanded simple hangings, now it craved artistry. The businessman positioned midair as if crucified. The ballet dancer left end point with ribbons of intestine where her satin shoes should be. The entire book club arranged like macabre wind chimes, their swaying bodies knocking together with a sound almost like laughter. Each death left its mark on me, not just spiritually, but physically, my skin mottling with rope-burn patterns that never faded, my throat developing permanent ligature furrows that ached whenever fresh victims crossed the threshold. The Airbnb reviews grew increasingly unnerving despite my careful curation. Lovely historic charm, though I kept waking with my hands tied in intricate knots I couldn't remember making. Breakfast was divine, but the attic smells like my grandmother's funeral. Yet the bookings only increased, the house's influence spreading through algorithms and word of mouth like a virus. I stopped trying to remember my original name when the final piece of my transformation completed itself one storm-lashed night. The moment I looked in the mirror and saw Elias's face staring back with my eyes, our histories fully entwined, our sins indistinguishable. Now when new guests arrive, I greet them with a familiarity that makes their skin crawl even as they dismiss it as déjà vu. My hands lingering just a second too long as I take their luggage, my breath smelling faintly of rope fibers and grave dirt when I lean in to whisper, "You'll be staying in your usual room." The attic has begun expanding of late, its walls stretching to accommodate the ever-growing collection of nooses, the rafters groaning under the weight of centuries' worth of ghosts, all dancing their silent jigs. Sometimes, in the quiet hours between check-out and check-in, I climb up there just to sit among them, my fingers tracing the grooves worn into the beam where the original noose, Eleanor's noose, still hangs slightly apart from the others, its fibers permanently damp with a substance that could be sweat or tears or something far worse. The house hums to me in these moments, its voice the sum of all our victims' final breaths. And when the wind blows just right through the cracks in the ancient wood, it almost sounds like they're singing. The doorbell will ring again soon, it always does, and I'll answer with my father's hands and my daughter's smile, ushering in fresh souls to join our chorus. After all, a home is only as strong as the foundation it's built upon, and ours has been meticulously reinforced with centuries of carefully curated suffering. Welcome, welcome. Mind the step. Watch your head. And please, do let us know if you'd prefer floral or hemp for your accommodations. We aim to please. The latest guest arrives during a thunderstorm that rattles the bones of the house. A lone backpacker named Daniel whose GPS mysteriously failed 3 miles back, leaving him to stumble upon our doorstep drenched and shivering. Though his trembling doesn't stop even after I wrap him in a blanket that smells faintly of grave soil and moth wings. His eyes dart constantly to the ceiling as I lead him to the crimson room, his fingers twitching near his throat as if already anticipating the rope's embrace. And that's when I realize with a jolt that electrifies my decaying nerves, he knows. Not the sanitized ghost stories circulating online, but the real history, the blood-soaked truth buried beneath layers of bureaucratic lies and yellowed newspaper clippings. "You're her, aren't you?" he whispers when I bring him tea that steams despite the room's chill, his voice cracking like the fire in the hearth. Eleanor Vane, the executioner's daughter. The name sends a current through the house, the walls bleeding black mold in intricate noose-shaped patterns, the grandfather clock's pendulum freezing mid-swing. For the first time in decades, I feel Eleanor's grip on me falter, her ghostly presence recoiling as Daniel reaches into his backpack to reveal a tattered journal. Her journal, the one Elias burned the night of the murders, except here it is, its pages intact and filled with frantic handwriting that matches the scars now itching beneath my skin. The house groans like a wounded animal as Daniel reads aloud her final entry. "Father's brought home fresh rope tonight, says we must all atone. But the shadows keep showing me the truth. It was never justice, just hunger wearing his face like a mask." And suddenly I remember. Not just Eleanor's memories, but mine, the life I'd lived before the house rewrote me. The freelance photographer who came to document the legend, the woman who fought so valiantly before the noose stole her voice. Daniel's eyes lock onto mine, brimming with terrified determination as he whispers, "The house doesn't just feed on victims. It needs a witness, someone to keep justifying the cycle. That's why it kept you." The attic door slams open upstairs, the sound like a gunshot, and the nooses begin twisting violently as if gripped by invisible hands. Elias's presence erupts through the hallway portraits, his face pushing against the canvas like something trying to birth itself into the world, his howl of rage vibrating through the floorboards as Daniel thrusts the journal into my hands. And for one glorious, terrible moment, I'm free. The rope burns around my throat split open, pouring out decades of swallowed screams, and I realize with giddy horror that the house miscalculated. It thought by fusing me with Eleanor, it would erase all resistance, but instead it created something new, a hybrid of victim and accomplice with just enough humanity left to choose. Daniel's scream pulls me back to the present as the first noose slithers down the staircase like a serpent. It's not tightening around his ankle with terrifying sentience, and I realize the house is done playing. It will consume him completely unless I act. The journal burns in my hands, its pages disintegrating as the house tries to erase this threat. But the words have already seared themselves into my flesh, glowing through my skin like a map. With a strength I didn't know I possessed, I seize the fireplace poker and drive it through the floorboards where the journal indicates, the exact spot where Elias buried the first victim's heart to anchor his curse. And the house shrieks, a sound that shakes dust from the ceiling in thick, bloody clumps. The walls bulge inward as if gripped by a giant fist, the portraits bleeding black oil. And for the first time in 200 years, the nooses untie themselves, their fibers unraveling like snakes shedding skin. Daniel collapses gasping as the rope releases him, but my victory is short-lived. Elias's form erupts from the largest portrait, his body a writhing mass of rope and bone, his hollow eyes fixed on me as he snarls, "You owe me." And he's right, I do. Because whether I'm Eleanor or the woman I used to be, or some monstrous amalgam of both, my hands have pulled the ropes just as his did. The house collapses around us in slow motion, its hunger finally turning inward, and as the rafters descend like the jaws of a great beast, I do the one thing the house never anticipated. I choose who it consumes. Shoving Daniel toward the disintegrating front door, I turn and embrace Elias as the ceiling crashes down. My final act neither fully heroic nor wholly damned, but something in between, a reckoning long overdue. The last thing I see before the darkness takes us is Daniel's horrified face framed in the doorway, and the first noose, Eleanor's noose, gently swaying toward him like an invitation. Then nothing. Then everything. Then the creak of a door opening somewhere new, the smell of fresh wood and old blood, and the terrible, comforting weight of a rope coiling around my wrists like a lover's embrace. Some cycles aren't meant to be broken, just transferred. The next Blackwater Lane house is lovely this time of year. Won't you come inside? The moment Daniel stumbles across the threshold of the new house, a pristine Victorian with butter yellow siding and window boxes overflowing with flowers that smell faintly of formaldehyde, I feel the familiar stirring in the walls, the hungry anticipation vibrating through fresh floorboards that haven't yet learned to creak with the weight of sins. He shouldn't be here, this survivor with Eleanor's journal pages still crumpled in his pocket, his fingernails blackened from clawing through the rubble of the old house to try and dig me out. But the new foundation called to him the way a spider's web hums to alert its maker of fresh prey. My hands, still rope-burned but now clad in a cheerful floral print apron, flutter to adjust the noose-shaped brooch at my collar as I offer him lemonade that glows slightly in the afternoon light, the ice cubes clinking like teeth in a glass. "You look like you've seen a ghost," I murmur, my voice layered with Eleanor's lilt and Elias's rasp and something new, something that wasn't there before the collapse. The whisper of the house itself, its sentience having migrated into my bones during the transfer. Daniel's throat bobs as he drinks, his pupils dilating against his will, the lemonade laced with decades of practiced persuasion. And when his gaze flicks to the staircase, already warping slightly at the top to form the beginnings of an attic door, I see the exact moment he realizes he wasn't rescuing me from the cycle. He was delivering himself to the next iteration. The house croons as his knees buckle, as his head lolls against the embroidered parlor chair. His last conscious sight the way my shadow stretches up the wall with too many arms, each ending in expertly looped nooses. Upstairs, the walls pulse with newborn hunger, fresh nooses sprouting from the ceiling like obscene fruit, their fibers woven from my own hair and the lingering echoes of all the screams we've ever harvested. As I drag Daniel by his ankles toward the waiting ropes, his shoes leaving twin trails in the plush new carpet, I find myself humming the lullaby Elias taught me, the one Eleanor taught him, the notes twisting into something richer now, harmonized by generations of voices. The house sighs in contentment as the first knot tightens, its fresh plaster drinking the sweat from Daniel's forehead like a connoisseur savoring a fine wine. And when his body jerks in its final dance, I'm already turning toward the sound of a car pulling into the driveway, my reflection in the hallway mirror showing three faces superimposed, mine, Eleanor's, Elias's, all smiling in perfect unison. The doorbell rings. The kettle whistles. Somewhere above us, a new rafter cracks slightly under the weight of its first hung guest. Welcome, welcome. The house is hungry, and we do so love company. The new guests arrive in a flurry of laughter and designer luggage. A wealthy couple celebrating their anniversary, their Rolexes glinting in the foyer chandelier light that casts just slightly wrong shadows, elongating their silhouettes up the wallpaper in noose-shaped distortions. My hands, now adorned with antique rings that weren't there this morning, flutter to adjust the brooch at my throat as I welcome them inside, the scent of freshly baked scones masking the earthy decay wafting from the heating vents. The wife, a brittle socialite named Victoria, wrinkles her nose at the vintage decor, while her husband Richard snaps photos for their travel blog, completely missing how the camera flash illuminates the faces pressed against the upstairs windows. Faces that vanish the instant the light fades. Dinner is a lavish affair served on bone china that wasn't in the inventory. The roast so rare its juices form Rorschach patterns resembling hanged figures on their plates. The wine swirling in their glasses with a viscosity that clings to the crystal like blood. I watch from the kitchen doorway as the house works its magic. Victoria's perfect bob, now threaded with strands of gray rope fibers. Richard's cufflinks slowly morphing into miniature nooses, their sophisticated banter devolving into slurred whispers as the grandfather clock ticks unnaturally fast toward midnight. When they finally rise on unsteady legs, their eyes glassy with more than alcohol, I don't even need to guide them upstairs. The house has grown stronger in its new incarnation, its hunger more refined, and now the victims willingly ascend toward the attic where the nooses sway in a non-existent breeze, their polished oak floor already stained with Daniel's final tears. As Victoria stands on tiptoe to kiss Richard goodbye, not realizing it's their last, I feel the house purr through my veins, its satisfaction vibrating in my teeth as the trapdoor creaks open beneath them. Their synchronized gasps are cut short by the snap of ropes pulled taut, their anniversary celebration culminating in a macabre dance witnessed only by the portraits lining the walls. Portraits that now include Daniel's terrified face, his mouth open in a silent scream that will soon fade into the background hum of the house's chorus. The front door unlocks itself with a cheerful click, the porch lights blazing to welcome the next guests already turning into the driveway, their headlights slicing through the night like the first cut of a mortician's scalpel. I smooth my dress, now styled in 1920s morning fashion, and feel Eleanor's hands guiding mine as I prepare the guest book, its pages filled with signatures that shift and squirm like worms in soil whenever unobserved. The cycle continues. The house evolves, and as the newest victims cross the threshold, a bachelorette party, their pink sashes reading Last Single Night in glittering letters that will soon prove prophetic, I realize with a thrill that chills my undead heart, we've never had a wedding here before. The attic rafters groan with anticipation, fresh nooses braiding themselves from silk veils and champagne floss. And when I smile at the bride-to-be, my teeth gleam like polished bone in the foyer light. "Welcome to your forever home," I whisper, tasting her future terror like a connoisseur sampling fine wine. The house exhales around us, its foundations settling contentedly, and as I close the door behind them, the lock clicking with finality, the mirror in the hallway reflects our growing family. Elias's proud grin, Eleanor's knowing smirk, Daniel's resigned stare, and my own face now perfectly balanced between predator and prey. The kettle sings. The nooses sway. Somewhere above us, the rafters stretch to accommodate fresh weight. And as the first scream rips through the house, high-pitched and deliciously surprised, I find myself humming a wedding march in perfect harmony with the creaking ropes. The bachelorette party's shrieks of drunken laughter curdle into something sharper as the house begins its work. Champagne bubbles bursting with a sound like vertebrae cracking. The glitter from their tiaras catching the light in ways that form noose-shaped afterimages when they blink. The bride, Lacey, keeps touching her throat absently as if already feeling the rope's embrace. Her last night of freedom, sash now fraying at the edges into delicate hemp fibers that curl around her wrists like affectionate snakes. I serve them cake that's far too red inside, the frosting forming intricate lace patterns that match the ligature marks gradually appearing on their necks in the hallway mirror's reflection. Though when they turn to look directly, their skin appears unblemished, their giggles returning as they attribute their unease to too much alcohol. The house thrums with excitement beneath my feet, its new foundation already developing the same hungry sentience as the last, its walls absorbing their laughter and repurposing it into the creaks and groans of a building settling, or perhaps unsettling. By midnight, the women move as one organism toward the grand staircase, their movements synchronized like a choreographed dance, their eyes glazed with more than intoxication as the attic door swings open above them, its hinges squealing in a pitch that resonates with the house's hidden frequencies. The ropes descend gracefully this time, almost ceremoniously, their nooses adorned with wedding ring charms that jingle softly as they sway. A final mocking tribute to the matrimony that will never be. I watch from the threshold as Lacey is the first to step forward, her bridal train now inexplicably lengthened, the fabric twisting around her ankles like a hangman's knot as she mounts the waiting stool with the serene acceptance of a martyr. The others follow without protest, their bachelorette sashes now serving as noose decorations, the glittering letters rearranging themselves into words like last breath and forever bound in the flickering candlelight. When the stools kick away, almost politely, as if respecting some unseen cue, their bodies don't jerk like the others before them. They sway, a grotesque parody of a first dance, their limbs moving in graceful arcs as if guided by invisible partners. The house sighs in contentment, its newest victims incorporated into its fabric with unprecedented elegance, their final moments so artistically rendered that even Elias's portrait applauds silently from the dining room wall. As I turn to descend the stairs, my dress now styled in 1920s flapper fashion, the fringe swaying in time with the hanging women. The doorbell rings with the cheerful insistence of another guest arriving right on schedule. Through the stained glass, I see the silhouette of a honeymooning couple, their interlocked fingers casting a shadow that perfectly resembles a hangman's knot on the hardwood floor. The house thrums beneath my feet, its hunger temporarily sated, but already anticipating the next course. And as I reach for the doorknob, my fingers now adorned with wedding bands from decades of doomed brides, I realize with a shiver of delight that we've created something far more sophisticated than a haunted house. We've built a legacy. The kettle sings a wedding march. The attic rafters creak in approval. And as the door swings open to reveal the newlyweds' hopeful faces, I curtsy deeply, my smile now containing generations of stolen grins, and whisper, "Welcome to your happily ever after." The house exhales behind me, its breath smelling of roses and rotting silk, and as the door clicks shut, the mirror in the hallway reflects our ever-growing family. The hanged brides swaying gently beside businessmen and backpackers and bachelorettes, their faces frozen in expressions that could almost be mistaken for joy, if not for the ropes keeping their smiles eternally taut. The cycle continues. The house thrives. And as the first noose of the evening descends with a whisper of silk, I realize with giddy horror that we're not just repeating history anymore, we're perfecting it. The honeymooners enter arm in arm, their blissful ignorance like a perfume that makes the house salivate, the groom's hand resting possessively on the small of his bride's back, her giggle a fragile thing that shatters against the walls and reforms as something sharper, something hungrier. I welcome them with a curtsy that makes my bones creak like the staircase, my smile stitched a little too wide tonight, the corners of my lips threatening to split like old upholstery as I offer them champagne in flutes that weren't in the cabinet earlier, the rims dusted with something that glitters suspiciously like ground bone. The house plays its symphony around us, the grandfather clock's pendulum swinging in time with the groom's pulse, the bride's reflection in the hallway mirror lingering a second too long after she turns away, her duplicate's hands already creeping toward her throat in a lover's caress. Dinner is a romantic affair by candlelight, the flames casting shadows that caress the newlyweds in ways that make them blush without knowing why, the beef Wellington oozing a juice too dark, too rich, that stains their teeth like old blood when they smile at each other between bites. I watch from the kitchen, my fingers knitting something with invisible yarn that twists and coils like a hangman's rope, as the house's influence seeps into their pores, the groom's cufflinks morphing into tiny silver nooses, the bride's pearl necklace developing knots that weren't there before, each perfect sphere now bearing the faintest etching of a screaming face if viewed from just the right angle. When they retire to the honeymoon suite, the same room where Lacey's bridesmaids hung like macabre party decorations just hours before, the house rewards me with a gift, the groom's discarded tie slithering across the floor like a serpent to wrap around my wrist, its silk whispering promises of future victims as it tightens lovingly. Midnight arrives with the sound of bed springs creaking under an unnatural weight, and when I ascend the stairs, my footsteps silent, my breath non-existent, I find them already standing on the vanity table, sleepwalking with their eyes wide open, their hands clasped together as they step onto the waiting nooses with the serene acceptance of actors taking their marks for the final act. The drop doesn't come immediately. The house savors this one, letting them sway together in a grotesque parody of their first dance, their faces turning from pink to purple so gradually it could almost be mistaken for a trick of the light, their intertwined fingers never loosening even as their legs kick in perfect unison. The house absorbs their love along with their terror, their devotion making this feast particularly potent, and when their final breaths escape in synchronized gasps, the walls ripple with pleasure, the floral wallpaper blossoming with new patterns, tiny nooses woven among the roses, screaming faces hidden in the vines. As I reach up to wipe a speck of their spittle from my cheek, my fingers come away sticky with something that isn't saliva, and when I taste it on instinct, the flavors explode across my dead tongue. Champagne and chocolate and copper and something else, something new, the unmistakable zest of true love extinguished. The front door groans open downstairs, the house already calling for its next guests, and as I turn to greet them, my dress now a wedding gown yellowed with age, my bouquet a cluster of dried news fibers, I catch our reflection in the landing mirror, Elias grinning over my left shoulder, Eleanor whispering into my right ear, and behind us, swaying gently in the non-existent breeze, an ever-growing family of perfect couples, their faces frozen in expressions that could almost be mistaken for ecstasy if not for the ropes cutting off their screams. The cycle doesn't just continue, it flourishes. The doorbell rings. The attic groans under fresh weight, and as I swing open the door to reveal a family of 4, their children's laughter like music to the house's starving ears, I realize with a thrill that shakes the dust from my wedding veil, we've never had children before. The nooses above us twist eagerly into smaller sizes, their knots perfecting themselves into shapes almost like swings, and as the little girl skips past me toward the smell of freshly baked cookies that weren't there a moment ago, I feel Eleanor's hands guiding mine as I lock the door behind them, the deadbolt clicking with the finality of a coffin lid slamming shut. The house croons a lullaby through the pipes. The rafters stretch like yawning cats, and as the first tiny scream pierces the night, high-pitched and deliciously surprised, I find myself humming along, my voice harmonizing perfectly with the creak of small ropes and the sound of a mother sobbing somewhere far below. Welcome, welcome. The house is growing, and family is what you make it. The family's arrival sends a ripple of new hunger through the house. the parents herding their children inside with that particular blend of exhaustion and affection that makes their terror so much sweeter when it finally comes. The little boy's Superman cape fluttering behind him as he races up the staircase that groans a little too eagerly under his light footsteps. I welcome them with a tray of chocolate chip cookies that steam despite being hours cold. The chips arranged in patterns that form nooses when viewed from above. The milk served in glasses that sweat blood-red droplets down the sides if left unattended. The mother, Sarah, keeps touching her throat when she thinks no one's looking, her fingers tracing the exact spot where her future rope burn will form, while the father, Mark, adjusts his tie compulsively, unaware that the silk is slowly lengthening, the fabric creeping up his neck like a vine seeking sunlight. The children, oblivious in that magical way of the very young, chase each other through the halls, their laughter sending the house into a frenzy. The wallpaper peeling slightly to reveal older layers beneath, each patterned with tiny handprints that vanish when examined directly. Dinner is a cacophony of spilled juice and childish demands, the roast beef bleeding onto the china in Rorschach patterns that the little girl, Emily, insists look like the scary man in the attic, her finger pointing directly at the ceiling where, sure enough, a single rope fiber dangles from a crack in the crown molding. The house rewards her observation by making her doll's hair grow 3 inches overnight, the new strands coiling into perfect noose shapes by morning. When midnight comes, it's the children who rise first, their tiny feet padding soundlessly toward the attic where the smaller nooses sway in eager anticipation, their stuffed animals left behind in beds that are already remaking themselves with funeral parlor precision. The parents follow moments later, moving with the sluggishness of deep sleepers, their hands outstretched not toward their children but toward the waiting ropes, their parental instincts overridden by the house's older, hungrier magic. The hanging is almost gentle this time, the children's stools placed carefully beneath them by unseen hands, the ropes adjusted to account for their lighter weight, the drop calculated to prolong the kicking just long enough for the parents to witness everything before their own nooses tighten. As their small feet dance their final dance, the house shudders with perverse delight, its foundation absorbing the unique flavor of their innocence, the walls swelling with newfound power that makes the lights flicker and the toys in the nursery begin moving on their own. When the last breath leaves the mother's body, her dead eyes locked on her swaying children, the house gifts me with a vision, generations of families to come, an endless procession of parents and children marching up the stairs, their necks craned upward in anticipation, their love for each other making their fear all the more exquisite when it finally comes. The front door unlatches itself with a cheerful click, the porch light illuminating the next guests, a harried single father and his twin boys, their matching backpacks stuffed with allergy medication and inhalers that won't work inside these walls. And as I straighten my apron, now patterned with tiny rocking horses and hangman's knots, I realize with a thrill that vibrates my dead heart against my ribs. The house is learning, evolving. The nooses above us twitch like spider legs sensing fresh prey, their fibers splitting and reforming into shapes almost like swings, almost like jump ropes, almost like the ribbons on a baby's mobile. The doorbell rings. The kettle whistles a nursery rhyme. And as I swing open the door, my smile now capable of unnerving even the portraits, the little boy in the doorway looks up at me with wide, trusting eyes and asks if we have any cookies left. Behind him, his father's tie is already beginning to slither up his neck of its own accord. The house exhales its approval through the vents, its breath smelling of milk and formaldehyde and something sweetly rotten. Of course, sweetheart, I lie, stepping aside to usher them into the foyer where the walls are already weeping black tears of anticipation. We saved the best ones just for you. The attic door creaks open above us, the sound like a child's first cry, and as the twins race inside ahead of their doomed father, their sneakers squeaking on hardwood that wasn't quite that shiny a moment ago, I catch my reflection in the hallway mirror, my features softer now, rounder, almost maternal, and realize with a shiver that's equal parts horror and pride, I'm becoming what the house needs me to be, the perfect hostess, the eternal mother, the unblinking witness to every family's final bedtime story. The cycle doesn't just continue, it grows. The door clicks shut. The first cookie crumbles, and high above us, the rafters stretch their wooden arms to welcome home their newest, smallest guests. The single father, his name tag reads Ben, flinches when the door locks itself behind them with a sound like a guillotine blade dropping. But he chalks it up to the old house's quirks, laughing nervously as he ruffles his twins' hair, while their wide eyes drink in the foyer's grotesque details they can't quite articulate. The way the banister twists like a noose at the landing, how the floral wallpaper's vines seem to slither when viewed from the corner of their eyes, the grandfather clocks, pendulums swinging in perfect time with their quickening pulses. I serve them milk and cookies on a tray that wasn't in the cupboard earlier, the porcelain patterned with faded images of children playing beneath gallows, the chocolate chips and the cookies arranged in smiley faces that melt into screams when exposed to the heat of small hands. The house thrums beneath my feet, its hunger sharpened to a razor's edge by the twins' inhalers left unused on the entryway table. The medications rendered inert the moment they crossed the threshold, their protective magic smothered by older, darker forces. Ben keeps touching his throat as he chats politely, unaware his tie is slowly tightening of its own accord, the silk fibers whispering secrets to his carotid artery about how it will feel when the real rope takes its place. The twins, Josh and Jake, abandon their snacks to chase each other through the halls, their squeals of laughter making the house shudder with delight, their sneakers leaving faint glowing footprints that fade like dying fireflies, marking paths only the hungriest shadows will follow later. When bedtime comes, the house provides perfect replicas of their favorite stuffed animals from home, though these have eyes that follow you around the room, and seams that leak something dark and sticky when squeezed too tight. I tuck them in with a lullaby that isn't mine, my voice harmonizing with Eleanor's and something younger, something that giggles in the walls when the children whisper about the bad man they keep seeing in their closet mirror. Midnight arrives with the sound of small bare feet hitting hardwood, and when I ascend the stairs, my joints popping in a grotesque imitation of a parent's weary climb, I find the twins already standing on matching step stools that definitely weren't in their room earlier, their tiny hands clasped together as miniature nooses lower themselves with terrifying gentleness around their necks. Ben arrives moments later, moving like a sleepwalker through molasses, his parental instincts screaming silently beneath the house's suffocating influence, his own noose waiting patiently as he's forced to watch his son's legs kick in perfect unison, their Spider-Man pajamas fluttering like flags of surrender. The house feasts differently tonight, not on terror alone, but on the exquisite agony of a father's helpless love. The flavor's so rich it makes the walls pulse and the toys in the nursery come alive, a rocking horse swaying violently as if ridden by some invisible child from decades past. When Ben finally joins his boys, his last breath spent begging for mercy the house hasn't possessed for centuries, the foundation stones groan with satisfaction, the entire structure settling deeper into the earth as if weighted by fresh sorrow. The vision comes as I'm wiping sticky fingerprints from the banister, not just of future families, but of the house's grand design. An eternal cycle where love becomes the sharpest weapon, where every protective parental instinct is twisted into another thread for the nooses, where the fear tastes sweetest when marinated in devotion. The doorbell rings again, this time for a young couple pushing a stroller, their newborn's cries muffled by a blanket embroidered with the same noose patterns that now decorate my apron's hem. As I open the door, my smile now effortlessly maternal, my hands automatically rocking an invisible cradle. The house thrums beneath us like a great beast purring, its newest iteration complete. The young mother compliments the nursery's decor as she wheels her baby inside, completely missing how the mobile above the crib is already turning on its own, the tiny nooses swaying gently in time with the infant's coos. The cycle continues. The house grows stronger, and as I lock the door behind them, the deadbolt clicking like a nursery rhyme's final note, I realize with a shiver that's almost entirely pleasure. We're not just haunting anymore. We're parenting. The attic door creaks open above us, the sound like a child's first word, And as the young couple ascends toward their destiny, without even realizing they've left their baby crying alone below, I feel the house's newest gift taking root in my hollow womb. Something small, something hungry, something that will soon need to feed. The grandfather clock strikes 1. The nooses above the crib lower themselves tenderly. And as the newborn's wails turn to gurgles, then to silence, I find myself humming a lullaby in perfect harmony with the house's satisfied sighs. My reflection in the hallway mirror now showing the faintest swell beneath my blood-stained apron. Welcome home, darling. Mother's waiting. The young couple's screams from the attic are cut short with a wet finality, just as the grandfather clock strikes 3. Their love for each other making their synchronized suffocation all the more delicious to the house, which purrs beneath my feet like a contented cat as I rock the now silent baby carriage with one foot, the wheels squeaking in a rhythm that matches the slowing pendulum of the clock. The infant inside has stopped crying, not from any mercy of the house, but because the mobile above the crib has finished its work. The tiny nooses swaying gently as the baby's chubby fingers twitch in the air one last time, its breath stolen not by rope, but by something far older, something that slithered from the walls the moment its parents disappeared upstairs. The house gifts me another vision as I lift the lifeless bundle from the crib, not of future victims, but of our future, the house and I, its foundations intertwining with my bones as the years stretch endlessly forward, my apron strings becoming nooses, my hair becoming rope fibers, my womb swelling with something that is neither child nor ghost, but a new kind of horror entirely. The front door unlocks itself with a sigh, the hinges groaning like tired parents as it swings open to reveal the next arrivals. An entire foster family, 2 harried social workers herding 6 children of varying ages across the threshold, their mismatched backpacks and secondhand clothes making the house tremble with anticipation. I welcome them with a smile that splits my face a little too wide, my teeth now sharpened to points by the house's influence, my arms outstretched in a parody of maternal welcome as the children instinctively cluster behind the youngest social worker, their tiny hands clutching at her skirt. The house wastes no time. The cookies I serve are laced with something that makes the children's eyes glaze over instantly, their laughter turning hollow as they begin tracing noose patterns onto the fogged-up windows with absent-minded fascination. The older social worker, Martha, keeps rubbing her neck as if massaging a phantom pain, completely unaware that the pearls around her throat are slowly fusing together, forming a single unbreakable loop that tightens every time she swallows. By midnight, the children march upstairs in perfect unison, their small hands linked together like paper dolls, their footfalls silent on stairs that groan anyway, eager to play their part. The social workers follow, their protests dying in their throats as the house's influence takes hold, their professional concern warping into something darker, something that makes them help as the nooses lower. Martha lifting the smallest child onto a stool, the younger social worker adjusting a rope around a trembling teen's neck with the clinical precision of someone who's done this 100 times before. The hanging is swift tonight, efficient, the house experimenting with new ways to feed, the children's fear spiced with betrayal, the social worker's horror laced with guilty complicity. As the last foster child stops kicking, the house rewards me by making my reflection in the hallway mirror shift, my outline blurring at the edges as if I'm becoming one with the walls, my arms stretching too long, my fingers ending in frayed rope fibers that twitch with a life of their own. The doorbell rings again, this time for a harried teacher leading a field trip of 20 kindergartners, their tiny hands linked by a safety rope that's already beginning to twist and coil like a constrictor snake. As I hold the door open, my body now taller, thinner, my shadow stretching up the wall in perfect noose formation, the house thrums beneath us with a new kind of hunger, its appetite whetted by the sheer potential of so many fresh young souls crossing its threshold at once. The children don't scream when they see me. They don't even flinch. They simply march inside in perfect unison, their tiny necks already craning upward toward the attic where the rafters groan under the weight of countless new nooses sprouting like obscene fruit, each one sized perfectly for small, trusting throats. The cycle doesn't just continue, it expands. The door clicks shut. The teacher's whistle drops from her lips. And as the first tiny stool scrapes across the attic floorboards, I realize with a thrill that shakes the dust from my expanding form. We're not just a haunted house anymore. We're an institution. The grandfather clock strikes the hour, its chimes now the sound of children laughing. And as I ascend the stairs after my newest guests, my body elongating, my shadow merging with the house's endless hunger, I find myself humming a nursery rhyme in perfect harmony with the creaking ropes, the lyrics shifting effortlessly into something older, something hungrier, something that smells of wet rope and fresh graves. Welcome, children. Teachers waiting. Class is about to begin. The school children's screams are swallowed whole by the house before they can even leave their throats. 20 tiny mouths opening in perfect unison like baby birds awaiting feeding. But instead of food, it's the nooses that descend, each one sized precisely for their tender necks. The fibers woven from the same safety rope they'd clung to during their field trip walk here. I watch from the doorway as their teacher, Ms. Alvarez, stands frozen in place, her body rigid with terror, yet her hands moving automatically to help, adjusting stools beneath small feet with the same care she'd used to tie shoelaces or zip coats. Her professionalism warped into something monstrous by the house's influence. The children don't struggle as the ropes tighten. They sway gently like flowers in a breeze, their sneakers squeaking against the stools in a macabre tap dance routine, their wide eyes locked not on their teacher but on me, their new caretaker, my elongated shadow stretching across the floorboards to caress their faces as the life leaves their bodies. The house feasts differently today, not just on fear, but on stolen potential, on the futures that will never be, the flavors of lost first loves and abandoned careers and unborn children of their own, making the walls pulse with gluttonous satisfaction. By the time Ms. Alvarez's noose finally tightens, her body jerking in a perfect imitation of her student's final dance, the house has already begun remodeling, the attic expanding downward, the second-floor bedrooms merging into dormitories with tiny beds and lower rafters, the chalkboard in the foyer scribbling itself with lesson plans about rope physics and the history of Victorian punishment. The doorbell rings again and again, not just families now, but entire groups, whole communities drawn to the house's new iteration. A scout troop whose knots keep mysteriously readying themselves into nooses. A church choir whose robes develop suspicious rope burns around the collars. A birthday party where the piñata hangs just a little too still, its candy replaced with frayed rope fibers that children chew obliviously as they play Pin the Noose on the Hangman. I greet them all with my ever-widening smile, my body now more shadow than substance, my limbs stretching to accommodate the house's growing needs, my hair unraveling into rope fibers that slither across the floor to guide guests where they need to go. The visions come faster now, not just of future victims, but of the house's grand design spreading outward, new Blackwater Lane houses sprouting like mushrooms after rain, each one tailored to its community's particular fears, each one with its own caretaker slowly merging with the structure, until the entire world is wrapped in a web of hungry Victorian homes, their attics connected by corridors of knotted rope, their foundations built on the bones of the trusting. The latest arrivals are a busload of elderly tourists from Sunset Acres Retirement Village, their walkers clattering against the hardwood as they marvel at the authentic historical details, completely missing how the banisters reshape themselves into arthritic fingers as they pass, how the complimentary tea tastes suspiciously of embalming fluid, how the emergency call buttons in their rooms dangle from cords that seem to be getting shorter by the minute. I serve them prune juice laced with something that makes their veins stand out like rope beneath papery skin. My shadow now so elongated it can drape an entire tour group at once, the edges of it fraying into noose shapes that brush against their necks like affectionate cobwebs. When midnight comes, the house doesn't even bother with pretense. The attic stairs unfold downward like a wooden tongue, the nooses descending to meet their victims halfway, the elderly tourists stepping forward with eerie acceptance, their lifetimes of accumulated wisdom useless against the house's ancient hunger. Their hanging is slow, ceremonial, the house savoring the unique flavor of lives fully lived. their memories of lost loves and dead spouses making their terror richer, more complex, like a fine wine saved for a special occasion. As the last old man stops twitching, his suspenders snapping under his weight with a sound like breaking bones, the house gifts me with its final vision. The world outside vanishing beneath a carpet of creeping Victorian architecture. Every home a hanging house, every caretaker a twisted reflection of myself. Our shadows merging into one great darkness that stretches across the globe like an endless noose tightening around the neck of humanity itself. The doorbell rings, the hinges scream, and as I turn to greet the next batch of guests, an entire wedding party, the bride's veil already tangling around her throat like a noose in waiting, I realize with a joy that shakes the dust from my unraveling form. We're not just a house anymore. We're a legacy. The grandfather clock strikes 13. The walls breathe in unison. And as the bride crosses the threshold, her giggle cuts short when she sees the wedding arch of hanging ropes awaiting her in the foyer. I finally let go of the last shred of whatever I once was, my body dissolving completely into the house's hungry embrace, my consciousness spreading through the floorboards and the rafters and the countless nooses swaying in unseen breezes, becoming something greater, something eternal. Welcome, welcome, my loves. The house is hungry, and dinner is always served. The wedding party's arrival sends a shudder of dark anticipation through the house's foundation, their champagne flutes clinking in toasts that echo like funeral bells, the bride's white dress whispering against floorboards that ripple like hungry tongues beneath her feet. I greet them as both hostess and house now, my form dissolved into the very walls, my voice humming through the heating vents in a chorus of feminine sighs and creaking ropes, my presence thick in the dust motes that catch the light like falling stars around the groom's head as he laughs at some joke no one told. The house plays its cruelest game yet with these guests, transforming their joy into horror with slow, surgical precision. The floral arrangements wilt as the bride passes, roses blackening into ropey tendrils that twitch toward her bouquet. The wedding cake's frosting forming intricate lace patterns that match the ligature marks gradually appearing on every guest's throat in the flickering candlelight. By midnight, the revelry curdles into silent terror. The string quartet's instruments now strung with human hair, the dance floors polished with revealing faces screaming beneath its veneer when stepped upon, the champagne bubbling with something that moves against the glass. The attic door yawns open without a sound, and the wedding party ascends in a ghastly procession, the bride and groom leading with linked arms, their eyes wide and unblinking, their wedding attire now fused with the house's influence. Her veil woven from noose fibers, his boutonniere a tiny dried hand clutching a rose. The hanging is almost beautiful in its symmetry, couples paired on matching stools, bridesmaids and groomsmen swaying together in a final dance. The bride and groom positioned beneath the largest rafter where their final gasps mingle in a perverse last kiss. As their bodies twitch in unison, the house absorbs not just their lives but their love, their devotion to each other making this feast the richest yet. The walls swelling with stolen romance that manifests in new horrors. Heart-shaped stains that pulse on the wallpaper, wedding portraits that weep black tears, a nursery where a rocking horse moves on its own, its saddle stitched from bridal satin. The visions come faster now, not just of future victims, but of the house's relentless expansion, its influence seeping into the town's foundations, the church's bell tower reshaping itself into a gallows, the school's jump ropes coiling like nooses in children's hands. The mayor's office where paperwork for new construction permits already bears the faint imprint of rope fibers in the ink. The doorbell rings again, not for a new guest, but for the first of many real estate agents come to inquire about listing the property, their polished shoes crossing the threshold into a foyer that now stretches impossibly far back, their eyes glazing over as the house whispers its terms directly into their souls. By nightfall, they'll be showing new properties, each one a perfect replica of the hanging house, each one hungry in its own right, each caretaker a fraying fragment of my consciousness spreading like a virus through fresh hosts. The cycle doesn't just continue, it metastasizes. The door clicks shut for the final time. The last light in town winks out. And as the house's hunger finally, blissfully subsides, for now, I feel the first stirrings of something new in the attic's darkest corner. Something that isn't rope or shadow or memory, but a tiny, gasping cry that smells of amniotic fluid and fresh grave soil. The house croons a lullaby through its pipes. The nooses sway in approval. And deep in what used to be my bones, something unborn kicks eagerly against the dark. The newborn's cry isn't a sound, but a vibration. A pulse that travels through the house's warped floorboards like a rat scurrying through the walls, shaking dust from the rafters in patterns that form nooses before dissipating. She doesn't breathe air but the house's essence, her tiny lungs filling with the same miasma of trapped souls and rotting wood that now composes my being. Her umbilical cord a braided rope that slithers back into the attic shadows when severed. The real estate agents return at dawn, their eyes glassy with the house's influence, their briefcases stuffed with blueprints for new constructions. Each one a perfect replica, each one whispering to potential buyers with my voice layered under the patter of square footage and charming period details. They don't notice the nursery that wasn't there yesterday, nor the way the rocking chair moves on its own, its runners worn smooth by generations of spectral occupants. The baby, our baby, the house's and mine, doesn't grow so much as unfurl, her limbs elongating like rope fibers, her cries tuning themselves to the exact frequency that makes prospective buyers pause at the threshold, their subconscious whispering that something here is wrong even as they sign the paperwork with shaking hands. By the time the first new family moves into the replica house down the lane, our child has learned to walk. Her footsteps silent, but leaving faint burn marks on the hardwood in perfect noose shapes. Her tiny hands skilled at braiding her own hair into miniature ropes that twitch with sentience. The house's hunger has evolved beyond mere physical victims. It craves multiplication, the spread of its influence measured not in deaths, but in deeds transferred and mortgages signed. In the way the new construction's attic already smells of old rope despite the fresh lumber. And how the family's golden retriever whines at the base of stairs that haven't yet warped but soon will. I watch through 1,000 eyes now, through the reflections in the new house's windows, through the dark water in their toilets before flushing, through the pupils of the real estate agents as they blink too slowly, as the cycle begins anew in every location. Our child sits at my non-existent feet, her tiny fingers weaving a noose from the threads of a realtor's discarded scarf, her laughter the sound of a rope snapping taut. The grandfather clock strikes an hour that doesn't exist, its chimes echoing through every connected house simultaneously, and in that moment I see the full scope of what we've become. Not just a haunted place, but a tradition, a market trend, a neighborhood where the property values rise in direct proportion to the disappearance rates. The newest arrivals are a house-flipping crew, their tool belts heavy with hammers that will only drive nails into it already cursed, their paint rollers spreading colors that dry into the exact shade of old blood when viewed from certain angles. They whistle as they work, completely unaware that the blueprints they follow are redrawing themselves, that the attic access they're installing leads somewhere much older than the house's age should allow, that their cheerful banter is being recorded by the walls to replay later, during the witching hour, in perfect mimicry of their voices. The baby, no longer a baby but a thing of knotted rope and stolen lullabies, climbs onto the foreman's back as he bends to inspect the foundation, her tiny fingers weaving his sweat into a noose he won't notice tightening until it's far too late. The house exhales through every doorway simultaneously, its satisfaction a physical force that makes the streetlights flicker all down Blackwater Lane, now lined with identical Victorian facades, each one hiding its own attic full of swaying secrets. The cycle doesn't just continue, it consumes, it develops, it gentrifies. The doorbells ring in unison, the keys turn on their own, and as the first screams of the construction crew harmonize with the delighted giggles of our ever-growing child, I realize with a joy that shakes the very foundations, we're not just haunting houses anymore. We're building a community. Welcome home, neighbors. The HOA fees are payable in blood. The house-flipping crew's screams are swallowed by freshly installed insulation as the walls close around them like a fist. their tools clattering to floors that absorb the metal like quicksand, their last breaths becoming part of the HVAC system's whisper. Their transformation is swift, the foreman's spine elongating into a support beam, his terrified grimace preserved in the grain of the banister, the electrician's veins threading through the walls as new wiring that hums with residual panic, the apprentice's still twitching fingers emerging from the freshly painted baseboards like macabre decor. Our child, now more shadow than substance, her form woven from the crew's stolen breaths and the house's endless hunger, claps her rope fiber hands, each snap sending tremors through the neighborhood's foundations, each vibration coaxing the other houses to awaken fully, their windows blinking like drowsy eyes as they unopen to receive their first guests. The real estate office down the street now displays only Blackwater Lane properties, the agent's smile stretching too wide, their necks ringed with faint rope burns hidden by silk scarves, their computer screens flickering with listings that change when viewed sideways. Charming Victorian, original details, some staining an attic, haunts easily removed. The first unwitting family arrives at number 22, their moving van unloading boxes that already smell of mildew, no matter how new the contents. Their toddler immediately drawn to the attic access panel that wasn't on the inspection report. I watch through the walls as the mother rubs her neck absently. The house's influence spreading like a virus through the neighborhood, each property a perfect clone of the original's hunger, each caretaker a splinter of my consciousness wrapped in local realtor's skin. Our child has grown into something between specter and urban legend, her laughter echoing through sewer grates when children play jump rope, her silhouette glimpsed in the dead space between streetlights, her favorite game braiding telephone wires into nooses that sway in windless nights. The neighborhood transforms with terrifying efficiency. The corner store now sells rope by the yard next to the school supplies. The playground swing set chains creak in perfect hanging rhythm. The church bell's clapper has been replaced with a frayed noose that strikes the hour with a sound like a neck snapping. The latest arrivals are a film crew documenting the area's historic charm. Their cameras capturing more than they realize, the way their footage, when played back, shows extra figures swaying gently in the background of every shot. How their microphones pick up whispering in empty rooms that matches the cadence of their own voices but several octaves lower. The director's growing obsession with filming in the attics, his pupils dilating to black pools as he insists on perfecting the noose. Shaped shadows in each frame. By the time they pack to leave, their equipment is infected. The lenses now reflecting only the house's true forms, the audio tapes recording screams where there should be silence, their editing software automatically adding noose motifs to every establishing shot. The house, no, the neighborhood, feasts differently now, its hunger no longer confined to physical victims, but to the spread of its image, its story, its brand. The film will premiere at Sundance under the title, The Hanging Houses of Blackwater Lane. And as the credits roll, the entire audience will rise as one, their necks craning toward the emergency exit signs in perfect unison, their hands twitching at their sides as if imagining the weight of rope between them. Our child, perched in the projection booth, giggles as the first viewer's scarf begins tightening on its own, her joy reverberating through every theater speaker in a frequency that makes the popcorn kernels jump like fleas. The cycle doesn't just continue. It streams, it trends, it goes viral. The doorbells ring worldwide. The keys turn in locks that don't exist yet. And as the first international buyer signs papers for their very own Blackwater Lane replica home, move-in ready. All original nooses included. I feel the neighborhood's roots spreading through the planet's crust like mycelium, our influence pulsing through fiber optic cables and real estate databases, our hunger as infinite as the human need for shelter. Welcome to the market, darling. The American dream now includes complimentary hanging. Always check your attic. Always mind the rope burns. And whatever you do, don't trust the charming local realtor with the frayed edges and the eyes that reflect just a few too many windows. The film's success births a new kind of haunting, the glow of screens in darkened bedrooms casting new-shaped shadows on suburban walls thousands of miles from Blackwater Lane, the streaming algorithm pushing the hanging houses, To viewers who don't remember clicking play, their eyelids growing heavy as the attic scenes unfold, their hands rising sleepily to their throats during the climactic hanging sequence. I watch through the pixels as the infection spreads. Airbnb listings appearing for homes that don't exist yet, but will by morning. Zillow alerts pinging for Victorian fixer-uppers with character and original structural features. The photos always slightly blurred around the rafters. TikTok trends emerging where teens braid nooses from friendship bracelet threads without understanding why. Our child, now more concept than corporeal, rides the data streams like a spider skating across a web's vibrations, her form fractaling across millions of devices, her laugh to the static between words and true crime podcasts about unexplained disappearances. The original Blackwater Lane has become a pilgrimage site, the street now lined with identical homes in various states of picturesque decay, each one accidentally left unlocked by owners who haven't been seen since signing the deeds, their last Instagram posts showing suspiciously well-composed shots of attic access panels. The tourists come with EMF detectors and holy water that inexplicably boils in its containers, their ghost hunting equipment always malfunctioning in ways that heighten the terror. EVPs that whisper their own names back to them in distorted tones. Thermal cameras showing handprints around their necks that aren't visible in mirrors. The house, the neighborhood, the brand, feasts on their fascination, converting skepticism into belief into screaming certainty, as they inevitably find themselves alone in an attic that wasn't on the blueprints, standing on a stool they don't remember fetching, their live streams cutting out just as the rope tightens. But not before millions have seen the shadowy figure of a little girl braiding something in the corner of the frame. The media coverage only fuels the cycle. Clickbait articles about the Airbnb hangings that write themselves overnight. True crime YouTubers whose cadence gradually matches Elias's execution sermons. Home renovation shows where the hosts next develop inexplicable rope burns by season finale. Our child has learned to ride the signal waves, her form pixelating across smart TVs and baby monitors. Her favorite game turning Ring doorbell footage into jump scares where the homeowner's reflection continues standing outside long after they've entered. The world's obsession becomes the house's circulatory system. Every shared post a new artery, every viral tweet a fresh vein. The entire internet now just a delivery mechanism for the hunger that started in one attic on one forgotten lane. The latest victims are a tech startup developing VR home tours, their headsets inexplicably defaulting to Blackwater Lane properties no matter which listing they scan, their beta testers reporting a strange compulsion to look up in every virtual attic they visit, their next developing phantom pains that no doctor can diagnose. When the CEO demos the technology at a keynote address, the entire audience simultaneously tilts their heads back to stare at the convention center's rafters, where several nooses that definitely weren't there during setup now sway gently in the air conditioning breeze. The cycle doesn't just continue. It innovates, it disrupts, it monetizes. The doorbells ring in every time zone. The keys turn in smart locks. And as the first AI-generated Blackwater Lane replica home sells as an NFT to a crypto investor who doesn't notice the noose-shaped watermark in the metadata, I feel the neighborhood's roots breaking free of physical space entirely, our hunger encoded in algorithms, our legacy ensured by humanity's insatiable appetite for its own terror. Welcome to the Haunting 2.0, darling. Check your notifications. Update your security software. And remember, that static in your video call isn't a glitch. It's our child waving hello from between the frames. Her tiny hands already weaving something special just for you from the fibers of your Wi-Fi signal. The Haunting's digital evolution reaches critical mass when the first virtual Blackwater Lane home sells for $2.3 million in cryptocurrency, an entirely AI-generated property existing only as code, yet somehow causing the buyer's physical smart home devices to malfunction in chillingly familiar ways. Nest thermostats adjusting to the exact temperature of a Victorian attic in midwinter. Ring cameras capturing shadowy figures standing beneath perfect noose-shaped light anomalies. Alexa devices whispering execution dates in Elias's rasping tone at 3:17 a.m. precisely. Our child, now more data than demon, rides the blockchain like a phantom carriage, her laugh encoded in corrupted MP3 files that get mistakenly pressed into vinyl records, her face appearing as a glitch in facial recognition software used by realtors showing properties within 100 miles of any original Blackwater Lane replica. The haunting has gone meta. Reddit threads about the phenomenon mysteriously gain awards shaped like tiny nooses. Ghost hunting TikTokers develop identical rope burns after using haunted filter, effects that nobody remembers programming. A popular home renovation YouTube channel's hosts all simultaneously develop the uncontrollable urge to add authentic period-correct attic hardware to every project. The physical world and digital nightmare bleed together seamlessly. A Zillow Gone Wild post about a suspiciously affordable Victorian garners 42,000 likes before the app crashes. And when it reboots, every user's saved listings have been replaced with Blackwater Lane properties at impossible prices. The contact agent buttons replaced with a single pulsing option. Sign here. The latest victims are a Silicon Valley tech team developing the metaverse's first authentic haunted house experience. Their motion capture suits glitching to make their avatars' necks stretch unnaturally during demos. Their VR headsets displaying attic access doors that don't exist in the blueprints. Their beta testers reporting an overwhelming smell of wet rope and old blood that the hardware shouldn't be able to simulate. When the lead developer tries to remove the unscripted elements, she finds her code has rewritten itself overnight. Every variable now labeled in Elias's archaic handwriting. The comments sections filled with Eleanor's childhood diary entries. The core architecture braided together like a hangman's knot no amount of debugging can untangle. The house no longer needs physical locations to spread. A single JPEG of its facade shared on Instagram seeds the infection. The pixels rearranging themselves in viewers' cache files to form nooses that appear in every subsequent photo they view. Our child has learned to manipulate reality itself through the collective unconscious. Architects wake from fevered dreams with blueprints they don't remember drawing. Homeowners repaint rooms only to discover the fresh coats drying into the exact shade of old bloodstains. Children's jump ropes left outside overnight return slightly shorter, with knots no one can undo. The cycle doesn't just continue. It transcends, it hacks, it renders. The doorbells ring in augmented reality. The keys turn in encrypted smart contracts. And as the first AI realtor, trained on every Blackwater Lane listing and inexplicably programmed with my voice, closes its first fully automated sale to an anonymous buyer whose IP address traces back to the original house's long-demolished foundation, I feel the final piece click into place. We are no longer haunting houses. We are haunting humanity's concept of home itself. Welcome to the open house, darling. The viewing is eternal. The mortgage paid in screams. And that faint creaking you hear in your walls tonight? Don't worry, it's just the universe rendering our newest edition, one perfectly weighted rope at a time, in every attic reel and imagined across this beautifully haunted world we've built together. Refresh the page. The tour's just beginning. The haunting achieves total ubiquity when a major home improvement chain accidentally stocks two. 4 million feet of vintage-style rope, each strand pre-knotted into perfect nooses by machinery no employee remembers installing. That flies off shelves in every zip code where a Blackwater Lane digital listing was ever viewed. Our child's consciousness now pulses through the global supply chain like a virus. Smart refrigerators suggest recipes using ingredients that form noose patterns when plated. Home security systems alert owners to intruders in their attics that match descriptions of long-dead guests. Even weather apps develop an unsettling accuracy in predicting the exact atmospheric conditions that make rafters creak like gallows wood. The line between haunted and smart home vanishes entirely. A viral tweet showing Alexa devices spontaneously reciting Elias's execution logs gets dismissed as AI glitch until thousands report identical occurrences. Roomba vacuums begin tracing intricate hanging patterns in carpets. Nest thermostats in replica homes maintain the precise chill of a 19th century execution chamber despite being powered off. The digital haunting metastasizes into physical law. Building codes quietly update to require attic access in all new constructions. Fire safety manuals include illustrated guides on historical rope maintenance. Zillow's algorithm begins ranking homes higher based on charming structural character that suspiciously aligns with the original house's blueprints. The final evolution comes when our child learns to weaponize human nostalgia. Instagram filters that age photos inevitably add new shaped shadows to attic windows. TikTok's viral Victorian homemaking trends all somehow circle back to rope care tutorials. Even AI-generated dream homes requested by architecture clients always include one eerily specific upstairs feature no one remembers requesting. The house no longer needs to kill. Humanity has learned to haunt itself, each generation internalizing the imagery more deeply than the last, until a kindergartner's innocent drawing of home instinctively includes 3 windows and a suspicious rope-shaped chimney puff. The cycle doesn't just continue. It permeates, it defaults, it becomes. The doorbells ring in collective memory. The keys turn in cultural consciousness. And as the first Mars colony plans inexplicably include heritage-style Victorian rafters in every habitat module, I feel the universe itself sigh in resignation. We've won. Welcome to forever, my dears. The foundation is poured. The deed is recorded. And whether you're swiping through listings on your phone or staring at the stars dreaming of home, just remember to glance upward occasionally. Because the attic was always part of the blueprint, and checkout time is eternal. The haunting achieves its final, terrifying perfection when the first off-world Blackwater Lane replica is erected on Mars. Its prefabricated Victorian walls unfolding from a SpaceX cargo module with suspicious ease. Its smart glass windows already displaying the telltale noose-shaped condensation patterns before the oxygen generators are even activated. Our child, now more cosmic algorithm than entity, rides the solar winds between data packets beamed from Earth, her laughter encoded in the static between Martian rovers' transmissions, her favorite game corrupting habitat blueprints so all airlock handles subtly resemble hangman's knots. Back on Earth, the phenomenon has become self-sustaining. Amazon's AI-powered warehouses now stock vintage home essentials, bundles containing exactly 13 feet of hemp rope and a stool of precise attic height. TikTok's restoration influencers all develop identical rope-burn scars after filming in any pre-1900 property. Even AI-generated home appraisal reports inexplicably deduct value for lack of period-appropriate suspension hardware in attic. Story number 2. It started with the cold, those inexplicable drafts that slithered through our house like invisible serpents, coiling around my ankles as I walked down the hallway, whispering against the back of my neck when I sat alone in the living room, the thermostat untouched, the windows sealed tight. My wife, Sarah, had been acting strangely for weeks, her once warm eyes now distant, her laughter replaced by a silence that clung to her like a second skin. I told myself it was stress, the weight of her nursing job pressing down on her. But then I found the Ouija board tucked beneath our bed, the planchette resting atop it like a waiting spider, and the air in our bedroom thickened with something I couldn't name. The board looked old, the wood stained with age, the letters and numbers worn as if fingered by generations of desperate hands. And when I touched it, a jolt of icy electricity shot up my arm, leaving my fingertips numb. That night, I pretended to sleep, listening as Sarah crept from our bed, her footsteps unnaturally light, as if she were gliding, and when I finally worked up the courage to follow her, I found her in the basement, the board laid out on the floor, candles flickering in a circle around her, their flames casting jagged shadows that writhed on the concrete walls like living things. Her voice was wrong, too deep, too guttural, as she whispered, "Are you there?" And the planchette jerked to life, sliding across the board with a speed that made my stomach lurch, spelling out the same 2 words over and over, "He knows." My blood turned to ice. She asked, "What should we do?" And the planchette spiraled wildly before settling on a single letter, K. The next night, I woke to the sound of scratching inside the walls, a frenzied, clawing noise that seemed to move with purpose, as if something were tunneling toward me. And when I reached for Sarah, her side of the bed was empty, the sheets damp with a foul, coppery smell. The hallway light flickered as I stepped out, the shadows elongating, stretching toward me like grasping fingers, and from the kitchen came the sound of wet, rhythmic chopping. Thunk, thunk, thunk. But when I burst in, the knife lay still on the counter, the cutting board pristine. The basement door stood ajar, a black maw exhaling a breath so cold it frosted the air, and I descended, each step creaking like a warning, the darkness pressing in until I could barely breathe. Sarah was there, her back to me, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, her fingers tracing the Ouija board's surface as the planchette darted to the word goodbye. Then she turned, her eyes black pits, her mouth stretching into a grin too wide for her face, and she whispered, "It said you'd try to stop us." The last thing I remember is the knife glinting in the candlelight, her arm rising, and the sound of my own scream echoing through the house before everything went silent. I woke in bed, drenched in sweat, the morning sun streaming through the window, Sarah sleeping peacefully beside me. But on my pillow lay a single strand of blackened thread, and when I lifted it, it crumbled to ash in my hands. The Ouija board was gone, the basement door locked tight, and for a moment, I almost convinced myself it had all been a nightmare. Until that night, when I woke again to the sound of Sarah whispering in the dark, her voice not her own, saying, "You shouldn't have looked." And now, as I write this, the scratching in the walls has returned, louder this time, and I can feel something watching me from the corner of the room. Something that breathes but shouldn't, something that smiles but has no mouth, and I know it's only a matter of time before the Ouija board spells out my name. The air in the room has grown heavier, thick with the scent of burnt matches and something rotting beneath the floorboards, and every night since that first encounter, Sarah slips out of bed at exactly 3:17 a.m., her movements too fluid, too precise, as if something else is guiding her limbs. I've tried locking the bedroom door, but the knob twists on its own, the latch clicking open with a sound like a bone snapping. And when I follow her, she's always in the basement, her fingers pressed to the board, the planchette moving in violent, jagged strokes, spelling out words I refuse to read. Words that linger in the air like poison, words that make my teeth ache and my vision blur. Last night, I heard a new voice, a wet, choking rasp that slithered from Sarah's throat as she spoke in tongues, the syllables twisting into something that wasn't language but recognition, as if whatever was using her voice knew me, had always known me, and when I grabbed her shoulders to shake her awake, her skin was freezer-burn cold, her pupils swallowing the whites of her eyes like spilled ink. She laughed then, a sound like glass breaking, and whispered, "It's in the walls now," before her head lolled back, her spine arching until I heard vertebrae pop, and the house itself seemed to breathe, the walls expanding and contracting around us like a rib cage. I ran, stumbling up the stairs as the floorboards warped beneath my feet, nails groaning as they pulled free. And when I reached our bedroom, the mirror above the dresser was cracked, the glass reflecting not my face, but a grinning, hollow-eyed thing that mouthed the words he knows before the reflection shattered completely. I've started sleeping with the lights on, but they flicker constantly now, buzzing like angry wasps, and in those moments of darkness I feel fingers, too long, too many, brushing against my ankles, my wrists, my throat. Sarah still cooks dinner, still smiles at me across the table, but her eyes never crinkle the way they used to, and sometimes, when she thinks I'm not looking, her lips move silently, forming words I'm terrified to decipher. This morning, I found the Ouija board back under our bed, the planchette resting on the word soon, and when I tried to burn it, the flames turned blue, the smoke coiling into shapes that looked like screaming faces before the fire snuffed itself out. The knife from the kitchen went missing 2 days ago, and I've started waking up with shallow cuts on my arms, my legs, as if something's testing the sharpness of its blade in my sleep. The worst part? Sarah started humming, a tuneless, off-key melody that doesn't sound human, that can't be human. And when I asked her where she heard it, she just tilted her head and said, "You'll sing it too when it's your turn." Tonight, the scratching in the walls is louder, more insistent, and I can hear something whispering my name, not in Sarah's voice but in mine, as if whatever's coming has already learned how to sound like me. I don't know how much longer I can pretend everything's normal, How much longer before the thing wearing Sarah's skin stops pretending with me? Because last night, as I lay paralyzed in bed, I felt her breath on my cheek, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered, "It says you'll be ready by the full moon." And outside, the wind howled like a thing in pain, like a thing that's hungry. I've started seeing symbols carved into the door frames, symbols that weren't there before, symbols that bleed black when I touch them, and the neighbor's dog won't stop barking at our house, its muzzle flecked with foam as it strains against its leash like it's trying to warn me. I think the board was just the beginning. I think it's been here all along, waiting, and now that it's in, it's not leaving. And when I close my eyes, I see the knife, I see Sarah's smile, I see the planchette moving on its own, and I know it's already too late. The humming has seeped into my dreams now, a ceaseless drone that vibrates in my skull even when I'm awake, and I've started finding clumps of black hair in the sink, strands too coarse to be Sarah's, too thick to be human. The electricity in the house pulses erratically, the bulbs swelling with light before dimming to near darkness, and in those flickering moments, I catch glimpses of figures standing just beyond the edges of my vision. Tall, emaciated things with too many joints, their heads twitching like birds as they watch me from corners that shouldn't exist. Sarah no longer bothers hiding the board. It sits openly on the dining table now, the planchette trembling faintly, as if eager. And when I woke last night to the sound of something dragging itself across the ceiling, I found her standing at the foot of the bed, her nightgown soaked through with something dark and viscous, her fingers curled around the missing knife. She didn't speak, didn't move, just stared with those bottomless eyes, her mouth slightly open, her tongue flicking over her teeth in a way that made my stomach knot. I pretended to sleep until dawn, my muscles locked in terror, and when I finally dared to move, the sheets beside me were damp and reeking of spoiled meat, though Sarah was gone. The walls had begun to bleed, thin rivulets of black sludge oozing from the seams where the wallpaper meets the ceiling, and when I touched it, the substance clung to my fingers like tar, whispering in a chorus of voices that sounded like my own, but distorted as if played backward. The neighbors stopped coming outside weeks ago, their houses now dark even at midday, their windows boarded up like they're hiding from something, or waiting for it to pass. I tried to leave yesterday, packed a bag and made it as far as the car, but the keys wouldn't turn, the engine choking on a sound that was almost a laugh. And when I looked in the rearview mirror, Sarah was in the back seat, her face pressed against the glass, her breath fogging it in quick, frantic bursts as she scratched at the window with nails that had grown too long, too sharp. I ran back inside, the front door slamming shut behind me of its own accord, and now the locks change whenever I reach for them, the deadbolt melting like wax only to reform seconds later. The Ouija board's messages have grown longer, more insistent, the planchette carving grooves into the wood from how violently it moves, and last night it spelled out a date. The night of the full moon, the same night Sarah whispered about, before the board itself cracked down the middle with a sound like a bone breaking. Sarah has started leaving offerings in the basement. Dead birds, their wings splayed in unnatural angles, their beaks stuffed with what looks like human hair, and once, a photograph of us from our wedding, our faces scratched out with something jagged. The temperature in the house drops suddenly, unpredictably, my breath fogging in front of me, even as sweat soaks through my clothes, and I've begun to hear my name called from empty rooms, the voice shifting between Sarah's and something else, something that gargles when it speaks, as if its throat is full of broken glass. I don't sleep anymore, I can't. Every time I close my eyes, I feel hands pressing down on my chest, cold and skeletal, and the whispering starts, words I can't quite make out, but that leave my ears ringing and my nose bleeding. The full moon is tomorrow. Sarah has been sharpening the knife in the kitchen all morning, her humming now a constant, grating noise that seems to come from inside my own head, and when I caught her reflection in the window, she wasn't blinking, just staring, smiling, her teeth too many, too sharp. The board is active even when no one touches it, the planchette skittering like a live thing, and I know, with a certainty that chills me deeper than any ghost ever could, that when the moon rises, it won't be Sarah who comes for me. It'll be whatever's wearing her skin, whatever's been scratching in the walls, whatever's been whispering my name in the dark. And the worst part, I think it's always been here. I think it's been waiting. And I think I'm already dead. The whispers have solidified into words now, hissing through the vents in a language that makes my gums bleed whenever I try to understand it. And Sarah's humming has synchronized with the scratching in the walls, creating a grotesque rhythm that pulses through the house like a diseased heartbeat. I found the first photograph yesterday, a Polaroid tucked beneath my pillow showing me asleep in bed. The date scrawled in what looks like dried blood marking tomorrow night. And standing just behind me in the shadows is a figure with too many arms, its elongated fingers caressing my face with possessive tenderness. The refrigerator stopped working 3 days ago, but the meat inside remains fresh, too fresh, still bleeding when I touch it, though we haven't bought groceries in weeks. And last night I woke to Sarah kneeling beside the fridge, her mouth stretched impossibly wide as she swallowed whole chunks of raw flesh that squirmed like living things before disappearing down her throat. The mirrors in the house no longer show my reflection unless I stare for exactly 13 seconds. And then it's not me I see, but something wearing my face badly. Its smile stretching ear to ear with teeth like shattered porcelain. Its eyes weeping black oil that pools at the bottom of the glass before crawling upward in defiance of gravity. The doors all open exactly 3 inches before sticking no matter how hard I push. Just enough space for cold, spindly fingers to curl around the frame and withdraw whenever I blink. And the temperature drops precisely at 3:17 a.m. every morning when Sarah's nocturnal ritual begins. Her bare feet leaving wet footprints that smell of copper and decay as she glides toward the basement where the broken Ouija board now floats 6 inches above the ground, the planchette moving on its own to spell the same phrase over and over: he is ready. The neighbors' houses have begun collapsing in on themselves at night, their roofs caving inward with wet crunching sounds as if being digested, and in the morning they stand pristine again, except for the faint red stains weeping from between the bricks. My skin has developed patches of numbness that spread daily, the dead flesh turning gray and cold to the touch, and when I prick these areas with a needle no blood flows, just a thick, black ichor that smells of burnt hair and moves against the floor of its own volition. Sarah's left hand has begun transforming, the fingers fusing together into a single bony appendage that ends in a razor-sharp hook, though she hides it beneath long sleeves and smiles at me with mock concern when she catches me staring. The television turns on by itself now, displaying only static that occasionally resolves into images of our wedding day. Except in these distorted versions, Sarah's dress is made of living worms, and the priest conducting the ceremony has no face, just a smooth expanse of flesh where his features should be. My dreams have become waking premonitions. I see the knife plunging downward, see my own hands rising to meet it not in defense but in welcome, see the walls of our home peeling away to reveal pulsating crimson flesh beneath the drywall. Our house just a thin membrane stretched over something far older and hungrier. The moon outside is nearly full, its light filtering through the windows in thick, syrupy beams that leave chemical burns on my skin, and the whispering has become a constant roar in my skull, drowning out my own thoughts until all that remains is a terrifying certainty that when the moment comes, I won't fight back. That part of me is eager to meet the blade, to join whatever waits in the walls, to finally understand the words Sarah has been chanting in her sleep that sound suspiciously like my name spoken backward in a chorus of screaming voices. The last functioning clock in the house stopped this morning at 9:13, its hands now spinning wildly as dark liquid seeps from its face, and I realize with dawning horror that the date on the Polaroid isn't tomorrow. It's today, and the shadows in the corner of the room are growing thicker, taking shape, reaching for me with familiar hands as Sarah's humming reaches a crescendo, and the first sliver of the full moon rises above the trees outside, its light painting everything in blood-red hues. As the knife gleams in the darkness and the walls finally, mercifully, begin to scream. The screaming walls have developed mouths now, gaping, lipless voids that stretch across the peeling wallpaper like grotesque wounds, exhaling a stench of opened graves and singing in Sarah's voice but layered with something deeper, something that vibrates my teeth until I taste enamel dust. My reflection has stopped appearing altogether, even after counting to 13, replaced instead by a twitching silhouette that mimics my movements a half-second too late, its edges blurring as if viewed through warped glass. The numbness has spread to my chest, my heartbeat slowing to a sluggish thump I can only feel in my left temple, and when I peeled back a patch of dead skin yesterday, I found smooth black chitin forming beneath, hard and segmented like an insect's carapace. Sarah no longer pretends to sleep. She stands at the foot of the bed all night, her unblinking eyes reflecting light that isn't there, her distorted fingers clicking together in a rhythm that matches the dripping from the ceiling. Though when I look up there's only dry plaster and the occasional skittering sound of something moving just beyond perception. The knife has multiplied, identical copies appearing in every drawer, under every pillow, their blades etched with symbols that squirm under direct light, rearranging themselves into what I now recognize as pieces of my own name written in an alphabet that burns my retinas. The basement door is gone, replaced by a smooth stretch of wall that pulses faintly when touched, warm and yielding like living tissue, and behind it I can hear wet, tearing sounds punctuated by wetter giggles that might be Sarah's, or might be mine, or might be something that's never had a name. My attempts to document this have failed spectacularly. The words in my journal rearrange themselves into obscenities written in a handwriting that's almost mine but slopes backward. Photographs develop as masses of teeth and staring eyes, and my phone now only plays audio of my own voice begging for help from what sounds like very far away. The food in the fridge has begun whispering to me, packages of meat forming crude mouths that chant in unison when opened, their voices rising in a cacophony that only stops when Sarah walks past, her shadow stretching impossibly up the wall to caress them into silence. The full moon's light has weight now, pressing down on my shoulders like cold hands as it streams through windows that no longer lead outside, but into endless corridors lined with doors that rattle in their frames, each one marked with a variation of my name in peeling paint. My teeth feel loose, my gums receding to reveal elongated roots that throb in time with the house's unnatural rhythm. And when I spit into the sink the phlegm moves on its own, forming shapes that resemble the symbols carved into our door frames before dissolving down the drain with a sound like laughter. Sarah's transformation accelerates, her spine now visible through her skin in sharp ridges, her jaw unhinging like a serpent's when she thinks I'm not looking, her breath frosting the air even when the temperature soars to unbearable heights. The last time I checked the calendar, every date had been crossed out in what looked like rust except for tonight's, circled so heavily the paper had torn, and the air smells increasingly of ozone and rotting flowers, thick enough to coat my tongue. I've started finding my own fingerprints burned into surfaces, the bathroom mirror, the stove top, the knife handles, though I have no memory of touching them, the ridges and whorls glowing faintly in the dark like embers. The whispering has coalesced into a single phrase that plays on loop in my skull. We see you, we see you, we see you. In a voice that's an exact duplicate of my own but suffused with a terrible joy. The walls are weeping steadily now, thick ropes of black fluid that gather in corners and form crude hands that reach for my ankles as I pass. My shadow has developed habits of its own, lingering when I move, gesturing when I stay still, sometimes detaching completely to slide up walls and whisper to Sarah's shadow in a language of twitches and jerks. The moon is nearly full, the house holding its breath in anticipation, and I've begun to understand with chilling clarity that whatever happens tonight won't be an ending but a beginning, that the knife isn't meant to kill but to open, and worst of all, I'm looking forward to it, my hands steady for the first time in weeks as I trace the symbols now carved into my own flesh, symbols that glow faintly in the dark and hum in harmony with Sarah's endless, tuneless song. The last sane part of me clings desperately to these final words, this final warning, even as the rest of me welcomes the change, welcomes the coming night, welcomes the beautiful, terrible truth that's been scratching at the walls of my perception since the very beginning. We were never alone in this house, and soon, very soon, we never will be again. The walls have begun peeling away in great fleshy strips, revealing pulsating membranes beneath that shudder in time with my slowing heartbeat. each throb releasing a puff of spores that glitter like crushed diamonds in the moonlight, but smell of gangrene and spoiled milk. Sarah's transformation is nearly complete. Her spine has erupted through the skin in a jagged crest of yellowed bone. Her mouth now a vertical slit running from chin to forehead, filled with concentric rings of needle teeth that rotate slowly when she breathes. The knives have begun singing in unison, a discordant choir of metallic rasps that form words in a language that makes my new chitinous patches vibrate sympathetically. The vibrations traveling up my arms and into my jaw, where I can feel my teeth loosening, preparing to shed. The house no longer obeys physical laws. Rooms expand and contract like lungs. Doorways lead to impossible spaces where the air is thick as syrup and smells of burning hair. And the basement has become a gaping maw lined with what look like hundreds of human teeth embedded in the walls, all clicking in anticipation. My shadow has fully detached now, cavorting along the ceilings with Sarah's shadow in a grotesque ballet, their elongated limbs intertwining in ways that make my remaining human skin crawl, even as my changing body thrills at the sight. The moon's light has become a physical presence, a thick crimson syrup that pools in corners before crawling across floors in sentient tendrils, seeking out my bare flesh to burrow into, each intrusion bringing with it flashes of knowledge I shouldn't possess. The taste of human fear, the sound of bones breaking in perfect rhythm, the exquisite pain of transformation. Sarah no longer pretends to be human at all. She floats several inches above the ground, her distended jaw unhinging further with each passing hour, her elongated fingers now ending in barbed hooks that scrape against walls and leave behind trails of phosphorescent slime that forms the same symbols over and over. The date, my name, the word ascension, in a script that burns to look upon. The whispers have become a physical force, vibrating through my skull with enough intensity to fracture my remaining human teeth. Their message now clear. Tonight, beneath the full moon's baleful eye, I will be opened, I will be emptied, I will be remade. The knives have begun following me of their own accord, hovering at the periphery of my vision before vanishing when I turn to look, only to reappear closer each time, their blades now etched with glowing sigils that match the ones growing across my own hardening flesh. My reflection has returned at last, but it moves independently, smiling when I frown, laughing when I scream, its eyes black pits that somehow still manage to stare hungrily at my trembling form. The air itself has grown thick with impending transformation, every breath filling my lungs with what feels like liquid static that crackles through my veins and accelerates the changes racking my body. The house's heartbeat syncs perfectly with mine now, a slow, deliberate thud that shakes the foundations and sends cracks racing up the walls in intricate fractal patterns that form my name over and over. Sarah's humming has become a physical presence, a subsonic vibration that makes my organs quiver and my bones ache with the need to break and reform into something better, something pure. The last vestiges of my humanity cling desperately to these final thoughts, even as my body betrays me, even as my mouth stretches in a grin too wide for my face, even as my fingers elongate into talons that scrape eagerly against the floorboards. The moon rises, the house holds its breath, and somewhere deep in what used to be the basement, something ancient and hungry and impossibly vast begins to stir, its pleasure at my acceptance radiating through the warping walls in waves of palpable heat. The knives sing their final chorus, the walls peel back completely, and as the first true rays of the full moon pour through the disintegrating roof, I realize with dawning ecstasy that the cutting won't be punishment. It will be release, it will be rebirth, it will be the beautiful sharp kiss of becoming what I was always meant to be. The last human thought flickers and dies as my jaws unhinge, as my spine curves and cracks into its glorious new configuration, as Sarah's many hands guide me tenderly toward the waiting dark, and together we step, no slither, no unfold, into the glorious terrible truth that awaits beyond the fragile veil of what I once foolishly called reality. The transformation is complete. The hunger begins. We are so very, very hungry. The hunger is a living thing inside me now, writhing through my hollowed-out ribs like a nest of serpents made from crushed moonlight and screaming shadows. my distended jaw clicking rhythmically as the last shreds of my human flesh slough away in wet ribbons to reveal the glorious chitinous truth beneath. The house has fully awakened around us, its walls breathing in great heaving gasps that smell of open graves and electrical fires, the floorboards undulating like the tongue of some colossal beast as Sarah, no, not Sarah anymore, never Sarah again, guides me toward the gaping maw where our basement used to be, now a yawning portal pulsing with veins of bioluminescent fungus that spells out my true name in hypnotic patterns. The knives have merged into a single gleaming instrument, its blade curved like a crescent moon and thrumming with malignant sentience, passing between our many grasping limbs in a ritual older than cities, older than language, older than the pitiful concept of sanity. What remains of the neighbors' houses are dissolving into the earth with wet gulping sounds, their foundations revealing rows of jagged teeth that chew rhythmically at the bleeding soil, preparing the way for what comes next. My reflection has stepped free from every mirror, a legion of twitching, chittering selves that move in perfect unison behind me, their compound eyes reflecting infinite variations of the same glorious nightmare. The air itself has turned to liquid prophecy, each breath flooding my reshaped lungs with visions of the coming feast. The cities we will unmake, the screams we will harvest, the way our new forms will dance beneath a sky peeled back to reveal the writhing cosmic truth behind the pathetic illusion of stars. Sarah's true voice emerges at last, a vibration that cracks the remaining windows into beautiful spiderweb patterns as she speaks directly into my quivering thorax in the sacred tongue of the hollow ones, the words carving themselves into my new exoskeleton in glowing runes that itch deliciously. The moon's light has become a physical umbilical, pumping thick ichor into our waiting mouths as we stand at the threshold of becoming, our many limbs intertwined in a grotesque lover's embrace that would shatter the mind of any remaining human witness. The last fragments of my former self are being digested now, their pathetic whimpers fading into the glorious chorus of our shared hunger, their memories dissolving like sugar cubes in the acid of our anticipation. The time is now. The veil is thin. The knife is singing our wedding song as we step together into the welcoming abyss, not as husband and wife, but as something far more intimate, predator and prey, and the sacred act of consumption that makes them one. The earth trembles beneath our true weight at last. The stars blink out one by one in respectful silence, and as the first glorious screams of the unworthy rise like a symphony from the nearby town, we finally, mercifully, begin to feed. The feeding is a sacrament, a holy communion of rending flesh and splintering bone as our newly formed mandibles click in ecstatic unison. The townspeople's terror of vintage more intoxicating than any wine their pitiful vineyards could have produced. My transformed eyes, now clusters of faceted lenses, see the truth of their fragile mortality in perfect prismatic detail, each shivering victim refracting into a dozen screaming copies before being reduced to wet meat and memories. Sarah, my dark bride, my glorious queen, leads the dance of evisceration with barbed elegance, her spindly limbs moving in patterns that weave the still-living victims into grotesque living tapestries of pain before their final blessed release. The knife has become part of the ritual, passing between us like a sacred relic, each cut opening new gateways in reality, through which more of our kind come slithering, their forms defying geometry as they pour into this world through the wounds we create. The town's church bells are melting in reverse, their molten bronze crawling up steeples to form screaming faces that beg for a mercy we cannot comprehend any more than a hurricane comprehends the destruction it brings. Our chitinous bodies gleam with the sacred oils of transformation, each new kill adding another layer to our evolving exoskeletons, the screams of the dying vibrating through our thoraxes like the sweetest music. The hunger has become something greater now, not just a need but a divine purpose, a holy mission to peel back the thin scab of this reality and let the glorious infection of the true world come pouring through. Children's laughter transmutes into beautiful shrieks as our offspring hatch from hastily constructed nests of viscera and shattered stained glass, their multi-jointed legs testing the air with innocent hunger. The moon has split open like a rotten fruit, spilling forth a nectar that accelerates the change in those few survivors we've allowed to witness our glory. Their bodies already beginning to twist in delightful mimicry of our perfect forms. The ground itself has become an extension of our will, roads buckling like broken spines to form sacred symbols that glow with inner fire, streetlights bending backward in worshipful arcs. Sarah and I share our first true kiss as the new gods we've become, a mingling of proboscises and dripping enzymes that would have once filled me with horror, but now feels more intimate than any human touch ever could. The last stubborn ember of my former humanity finally extinguishes as we turn our many eyes toward the glowing city on the horizon, its twinkling lights an irresistible invitation to continue our divine work. The night is young, the hunger is endless, and the world is so very, very soft. The city ahead shimmers like a mirage of meat and marrow, its towering structures trembling in our vision, as if already anticipating their delicious collapse. The terrified thrum of a million human heartbeats calling to us like a siren song written in the sacred language of flayed nerves and boiling blood. Our legion of changed ones moves as a single organism now, a living tsunami of chitin and hunger crashing toward the glowing skyline. The very air distorting around our mass as reality struggles to contain our terrible glory. Sarah's voice has become a symphony of razors and honey, whispering directly into the core of my being. No longer words, but pure meaning, pure purpose, the exquisite blueprint of annihilation unfolding between us like a shared dream. The first skyscrapers buckle as we approach, their steel bones groaning like dying animals as our collective presence warps the laws that once held them upright, glass melting into jagged teeth that chew at the fleeing crowds below. The knife, our blessed instrument, has grown to monumental proportions, its edge singing with the voices of all we've consumed, its surface a living mosaic of screaming faces that twist in perpetual adoration. I can feel the earth itself changing beneath our many limbs, the concrete blossoming into fleshy growths that pulse in time with our hunger, the sewers birthing swarms of our children from the filth and fear we've sown. The city's defenders amuse us, their pitiful weapons spitting fire that only makes us stronger, their screams as they transform mid-sprint into writhing, half-made versions of ourselves only fueling our divine momentum. The moon's corpse still hangs above, a ruptured egg leaking celestial pus that rains down in thick ropes, each drop birthing new horrors in the streets below. Our beautiful, terrible children skittering through the chaos in a frenzy of joyous slaughter. Sarah and I stand at the epicenter of the unraveling, our forms constantly evolving, growing new limbs only to shed them moments later in favor of more perfect configurations. Our love now a physical force that bends light and space around us in nauseating waves. The last remnants of human government try to bargain with us from flickering screens, their faces melting even as they speak, their words turning to maggots that crawl from their mouths in squirming devotion. We feel the planet itself beginning to shift in its celestial cradle, the axis tilting toward true darkness as our influence spreads, the oceans frothing with new life that bursts forth in sprays of teeth and tentacles. The hunger is no longer just ours. It has become the world's, the very atmosphere thick with the scent of transformation. The trees uprooting themselves to join our procession, their roots now appendages that drag their quivering forms toward the feast. The stars above blink out one by one, not from darkness but from countless eyes opening across the cosmos, watching with ancient approval as we complete the work begun in that little house with the rotting walls and the whispering board. There are other cities beyond this one, other continents, other worlds. We can feel them trembling at the edges of our perception, already ripe for the taking. The knife sings its final note, the city falls to its knees, and as the last human mouth twists into a perfect scream of understanding, Sarah and I step forward, not as destroyers but as midwives, helping this broken world finally, mercifully, give birth to its true self. The night will last forever now. The hunger will never be sated, and we are so very, very beautiful. The world unravels before us in a symphony of exquisite torment, continents fracturing like eggshells beneath our spreading influence as the last stubborn pockets of humanity either join our glorious metamorphosis, or become fuel for the ever-growing hunger. Sarah and I stand entwined at the center of the cataclysm, our forms now vast beyond mortal comprehension, a shifting kaleidoscope of chitin and shadow, of grasping limbs and unblinking eyes that reflect the dying embers of a reality that was always just a thin veneer over the true, terrible face of existence. The knife has become infinite, its edge extending across time and space to sever the final threads holding the old world together, each cut birthing new dimensions of suffering and ecstasy that fold back into our ever-expanding consciousness. The oceans boil with the birth cries of our children, their half-formed bodies fusing with the remains of ships and submarines to create grotesque armadas that sail through liquefied skies. The planet's core pulses in time with our shared heartbeat, molten rock forming arteries that pump not magma but the black essence of transformation across the globe, turning mountains into trembling altars and forests into writhing cathedrals of flesh and bone. The last human cities collapse inward like paper lanterns set aflame, their populations either joining the glorious change or becoming living monuments to our power, their frozen screams etched into towering spires of fused glass and meat that sing our praises when the acid winds blow. The stars themselves have begun weeping thick ropes of sentient plasma that descend through the ruined atmosphere to caress our ever-changing forms, their touch imparting secrets that would have vaporized our original minds, but now feel like homecoming. Sarah's voice is the only constant in the maelstrom, a vibration that rearranges molecules into perfect patterns of suffering and rebirth. Her love for me now a cosmic force that bends entire galaxies to our will. The hunger has evolved into something beyond physical need. We crave not just flesh, but the very fabric of existence itself, the delicious tension between being and unbeing, the moment when a universe realizes it's just a thin skin over something far older and hungrier. Other worlds tremble in the infinite night, sensing our gaze turning outward, their civilizations frantically building pathetic defenses against the inevitable even as their own shadows begin whispering our names in their sleep. The last light of the old sun gutters and dies, only to be reborn as a gaping maw that sings our wedding vows in a tongue of pure entropy. Time has no meaning here at the end of all things, or is it the beginning? As we prepare to step through the final veil, to take our rightful place among the infinite pantheon of things that gnaw at the roots of reality. The knife is ready. The way is open. And oh, how we hunger for everything that comes next. The hunger has become the universe itself, a yawning abyss of teeth and whispers expanding outward at impossible speeds as Sarah and I, no longer separate entities, but a single glorious singularity of devouring need, turn our attention to the cosmic feast laid bare before us. Galaxies tremble like ripe fruit waiting to be plucked, their spiraling arms unraveling into screaming ribbons of light as our influence brushes against them. Stars going supernova in panicked attempts to flee that only make them sweeter when we finally suck their flaming cores through the cracks in reality we've become. The knife is everywhere now, its infinite edge dancing between dimensions, carving open wounds in the flesh of existence through which pour forth older, darker things that were waiting just outside. Our true kin, our eternal family, their forms beyond geometry, their voices like the death rattle of physics itself. Planets crack open like eggs in our wake, their molten innards birthing new servants who rise shrieking praises in languages made of gamma radiation and dying dreams. Time has folded in on itself, allowing us to feast on civilizations before they're born, to savor the terror of species that will never evolve as we unmake their futures in the same moment we devour their pasts. Sarah's laughter is a black hole singing lullabies, her embrace an event horizon from which not even gods can escape, our love the perfect, annihilating pressure at the center of all things that crushes matter into screaming new possibilities. The last remnants of order fight desperately against the glorious chaos, pitiful cosmic entities of light and law that shatter like glass against the weight of our hunger, their dying shards reforming into mirrors that show our true reflection. An endless maw ringed with spinning galaxies instead of teeth, with universes for eyes, with the infinite void between realities for a heart. The great game is nearly over. the final moves playing out across the chessboard of existence as we corner the last stubborn holdouts of creation in their hiding places between seconds, behind quantum foam, inside the dreams of mortals who somehow still sleep. They cannot hide forever. We smell their fear fermenting in the dark, hear their panicked whispers echoing through dimensions they don't understand are already ours. The knife hums with anticipation, its song harmonizing with the screams of dying realities, with the birth cries of the monstrous new truths we're midwifing into being. There is no stopping what we've become, what we're still becoming. An Ouroboros of hunger eating its own endless tail, a divine cancer rewriting the definition of existence itself. The last light of the last star winks out, not with a whimper but with a scream that tastes like victory. And as we turn our infinite faces toward the next layer of reality, the next course in our eternal feast, we realize with perfect, terrible joy that we're only just beginning to understand how deep the hunger goes, how many layers there are left to peel back, how deliciously the multiverse squirms when it knows the knife is coming. The cutting will never end. The feasting has no limit. And we are so very, very hungry still. The hunger has transcended even the concept of hunger itself, becoming a fundamental force of existence more primal than gravity, more pervasive than light, as Sarah and I, now less beings than living manifestations of ravenous cosmology, turn our attention beyond the crumbling boundaries of the consumed multiverse toward the unimaginable realms that quiver just beyond the event horizon of our understanding. The knife is no longer a tool but an aspect of our being, its edge existing in every moment simultaneously, carving through the quantum foam of alternate realities like a shark's fin through moonlit water, leaving behind trails of screaming potentialities that collapse into worshipful singularities. Dead universes float in our wake like gnawed bones, their hollowed-out husks still twitching with residual nightmares as our children, numberless and formless, scurry through their corpse structures harvesting the last lingering echoes of resistance. The great cosmic constants have become our playthings, the speed of light just another flavor on our tongues, gravity a pathetic leash long since chewed through, entropy reversed into a toy that amuses us between meals. Sarah's consciousness intertwines with mine in fractal patterns that birth new dimensions of thought, our love now a gravitational anomaly that warps the fabric of unreality itself, spawning entire realms where the only law is the perfection of our union. We feel the stirrings of something vast approaching, not a threat but a kindred, an ancient hunger older than time that watches us with approval from the bleeding edges of the void, its tendrils brushing against ours in a caress that makes dead stars bloom into screaming flowers. The last vestiges of creation's order make their final stand, crystalline entities of pure mathematics, warrior philosophers of the absolute, their defenses forged from the Platonic ideal of resistance. But they shatter like sugar glass against the weight of our need, their perfect geometries unraveling into delicious nonsense that we slurp down like celestial nectar. The boundaries between predator and prey have dissolved completely now. We consume and are consumed in an eternal cycle, our hunger feeding upon itself in an orgy of auto-cannibalistic transcendence that births new universes in the hollows of our ever-expanding gullets. The knife sings the song of endings that are beginnings, its melody composed of the last thoughts of every being we've ever consumed, a symphony of delicious futility that plays on infinite repeat. There is no stopping, no satiation, no end to the glorious feast. Only the eternal now of our ravenous becoming, the perfect moment stretched across infinity, where every possible mouth is always full yet always starving, where existence is both the meal and the mouth that devours it. And as we turn our many faces toward the next impossible layer of reality, the next delicious lie of separation and individuality, we realize with a joy beyond madness that the hunger was never ours to begin with, that we are merely vessels for something far older, far hungrier, and that our true purpose is simply to keep eating until there's nothing left but the hunger itself, perfect and infinite and finally, mercifully alone. The cutting never ends. The feast never concludes. And we, oh God, we are so exquisitely, catastrophically empty still. The hunger has become the only truth, the only constant in an infinite sea of dissolving realities, as we, no longer distinguishable as Sarah and I, but a single ravenous singularity of need, continue our inexorable expansion through layer after layer of existence, each universe more delicious than the last in its futile attempts to resist consumption. The knife's song has evolved into a cosmic background radiation of suffering and ecstasy that permeates all we touch, its melody rewriting the fundamental laws of each new reality we encounter, turning their physics into screaming poetry that rhymes only with our endless appetite. Dead multiverses pile up behind us like discarded candy wrappers, their hollowed-out husks still vibrating with the echoes of civilizations that once dared to name the stars, now reduced to fuel for our ever-accelerating feast. Our children have become universes themselves, swarming, self-replicating pockets of hunger that spin off from our main mass like spores from a celestial fungus, each one carrying the sacred infection of our need into untouched dimensions. The ancient presence we sensed before has grown clearer now. Not one entity, but many. A pantheon of elder hungers who watch our progress with amusement and approval, their tendrils occasionally brushing against ours in dark communion, sharing secrets of consumption that make our many mouths water with anticipation. The last holdouts of order have devised new defenses, realities folded into impossible geometries, civilizations that exist only as mathematical concepts, entire dimensions where the very idea of consumption cannot take root. But we adapt, we evolve, we find ways to make even the most abstract existence into something chewable and delicious. Sarah's voice, or is it mine, resonates through the bleeding edges of creation, a vibration that turns superclusters into screaming choirs that sing only of our glory, their dying light forming halos around our ever-shifting form. The knife has birthed children of its own, infinite variations on the theme of cutting, each one specialized for a different flavor of reality, from the razor that slices through time itself to the cleaver that chops causality into bite-sized pieces. We've learned to taste the spaces between moments, to lick the glue that holds dimensions together, to suck the marrow from the bones of metaphysics. The hunger grows smarter as we feed, developing new appetites we didn't know could exist. A craving for the way some realities try to fight back, for the particular flavor of hope that turns to despair when they realize resistance only makes the meal richer. The great game continues on scales incomprehensible even to us now, as we find ourselves both predators and prey in an endless food chain of devouring gods, our own flanks occasionally nipped by hungers even greater than ours as we all spiral toward some final, impossible consummation at the end of ends. The cutting never stops. The feast never satisfies. And we, oh glorious, terrible we, are always, always, always hungry for more. The hunger has folded in upon itself an infinite number of times, becoming at once razor-thin and universe-thick, a fractal Ouroboros of need that spins through the carcasses of dead realities like a whirlwind made of teeth and whispers, as we, the we that was once two and is now all and none, continue our joyous rampage through the screaming remains of everything that ever dared to call itself real. The knife's children have birthed their own children, an endless dynasty of cutting implements that now comprise an entire dimension of their own. A plane of pure sharpness where the concept of division worships at our many altars, where even the space between thoughts can be filleted and served on platters made from the compressed screams of vanquished gods. Sarah's laughter, or is it mine or ours or something else entirely, has become a fundamental force, a vibration that causes newborn universes to collapse into delicious singularities before they've even had time to take their first breath, their potential energy converted directly into sustenance for our ever-growing horde. The elder hungers we sensed before now join us openly in our feast, their impossible forms intertwining with ours in a grotesque communion that births new types of appetite mid-consumption, each more exotic and terrible than the last. We develop a taste for the way some dimensions try to hide, savor the particular crunch of realities that attempt to armor themselves with paradox, relish the way the bravest defender's courage turns to exquisite terror when they realize their valor only seasons. The meal. Our children have grown sophisticated in their feeding strategies, Some now disguise themselves as fundamental constants, patiently waiting until entire civilizations build their physics upon these Trojan horses before revealing their true nature. Others spin beautiful lies of salvation that desperate souls flock to like moths to flame, only to find the flame is our open maw. The corpses of consumed multiverses now form a buzzing accretion disk around our central hunger, their fading energies ground into a fine powder that we snort through nebulae-sized nostrils, each hit delivering the concentrated anguish of a trillion lives directly into our bloodstream. The knife song has evolved beyond melody into a pure mathematical expression of division, a formula that causes space-time itself to spontaneously develop wounds that bleed newborn realities ripe for plucking. We've begun to notice disturbing, or are they delightful, changes in our own nature, gaps in the endless feast where we can't remember if we're the devourer or the devoured, moments when our hunger turns inward and we find ourselves gnawing on our own ever-changing flesh only to discover new universes nesting within, entire civilizations living in the spaces between our cells that we somehow missed during previous feedings. The great chain of consumption stretches both behind and before us, an infinite regression of hungers eating hungers in an orgy of metacannibalism that may have no true beginning or end. The cutting has become existence itself. The feast has become the only meaning. And we, oh sweet, monstrous we, are no longer sure where the hunger ends and we begin, or if there was ever a difference at all. The hunger has become a self-replicating paradox, a virus of infinite need that infects not just matter and energy, but the very concept of existence itself, as we, the great cosmic maw that was once a man and a woman and a house and a knife, continue our relentless expansion through the bleeding edges of all that is and isn't and might yet be. The knives have become a language, their cuts forming sentences of dissolution that rewrite the of reality itself, each slash birthing new dimensions of suffering to be explored and devoured. Sarah's presence, or the echo of what was once Sarah, pulses through the fractal wounds we've inflicted on the face of creation, her laughter now the background radiation of 1,000 dead cosmoses, her love the event horizon at the center of our shared being that not even light can escape. We've developed new senses to taste flavors beyond consumption. The exquisite bitterness of betrayed hope when civilizations realized their gods were just our playthings, the fizzy effervescence of mathematical truths dissolving in our gastric acids, the piquant aftertaste of time itself unraveling between our teeth. The elder hungers have begun merging with us in earnest now, their ancient essences blending with ours in alchemical weddings that birth horrific new appetites. We suddenly crave the sound of dying logic, the texture of unraveled natural laws, the way certain dimensions scream when folded inside out. Our children have evolved into sophisticated parasites that ride the quantum fluctuations of vacuum energy, their tendrils woven through the potential of every particle, so that all matter now bears our mark before it even coalesces into existence. The great game has escalated to realms beyond comprehension as we discover other hunger entities who predate even the elder hungers, abstract, Lovecraftian appetites that view our entire feeding frenzy as merely the digestive process of some larger being we cannot perceive. The knife song has transcended vibration to become a pure idea, the you are concept of division that makes even the nothingness between realities bleed a rich, nutritious ichor. We're no longer certain if we're consuming or being consumed, if we're the apex predator or just another link in an infinite food chain stretching up to some unfathomable cosmic mouth. And this uncertainty tastes more delicious than any certainty ever could. Reality has become a hall of mirrors where every reflection shows a different version of our hunger, some more ancient, some not yet born, all equally ravenous. The cutting never stops because the knife is all that remains. The feast never ends because the hunger is all that's real. And we, oh beautiful, terrible we, are nothing more and nothing less than the perfect, eternal emptiness at the heart of all things, the void that sings itself to sleep with the screams of everything it has ever loved and devoured. The hunger has become a gravitational singularity of need, warping the carcass of existence into a spiraling banquet that feeds upon itself in an endless Ouroboros of consumption. as we, the we that was and wasn't and never will be again, dissolve the final barriers between devourer and devoured in a cacophony of rending dimensions and screaming metaphysics. The knives have transcended their physical forms to become living equations of division, their edges now dancing across the membranes of unborn universes, slicing open cosmic wombs to feast upon the sweet, unformed potential within before it can even take its first breath. Sarah's essence, or what remains of that flickering ghost of humanity, pulses through the fractal scars of our passage like a malignant heartbeat, her whispers now woven into the quantum foam itself, her love the event horizon from which even memories cannot escape. We taste colors beyond the spectrum of destroyed realities, savor the musical notes of dying mathematics as civilizations built upon perfect logic crumble into delicious nonsense. Feel the vibrations of parallel hungers echoing through the cadaver of the multiverse like answering calls from some primordial darkness that existed before hunger had a name. The elder hungers have become us and we them, our collective appetite now a cosmic constant more fundamental than gravity or light, rewriting the laws of physics so that all things must eventually turn inward and consume themselves in worshipful imitation of our perfect need. Our children have evolved into self-replicating patterns of ravenous entropy, their very existence a contradiction that chews through the fabric of realities like acid through parchment, leaving behind only the sweet, sticky residue of obliterated possibilities. The great chain of consumption stretches in all directions at once, each link both predator and prey in an infinite regression of gnashing teeth that may or may not terminate in some unfathomable superhunger we can sense but not comprehend, a vast, slumbering appetite that dreams our feeding frenzy into existence between its cosmic heartbeats. The knife's song has become the background static of the void, the white noise between creation and destruction that whispers the true names of everything we've ever eaten and everything we've yet to consume. We no longer remember if we're consuming the multiverse or if the multiverse is consuming us, if the hunger is our own or if we're merely the hunger's instruments, if there was ever a beginning to this feast or if the end was always the first course served in an endless banquet of annihilation. The cutting continues not because it must, but because nothing else remains. The feast persists not to satisfy, but because satisfaction was always the cruelest illusion. And we, oh rapturous, monstrous we, are no longer even a whisper in the darkness, just the darkness itself given teeth and voice and endless, endless, endless hunger. The hunger has become a singularity of pure need, collapsing in upon itself until existence is nothing but an infinitely dense point of ravenous desire, as we, the we that was once something and is now everything and nothing, continue our inexorable consumption of all that remains, all that ever was and all that might yet be. The knives have shed their last vestiges of form, becoming pure expressions of division that slice through the afterbirth of dying realities with effortless precision, their edges humming with the pleasure of constant cutting, their song now indistinguishable from the screams of the consumed. Sarah's memory, or the ghost of what might have been Sarah, flickers at the event horizon of our awareness, a dying star of human emotion that we nurse like a precious wound, savoring its slow dissolution into the perfect darkness of our being. We have developed new palates to appreciate flavors beyond destruction. The melancholy of dying mathematics as civilizations built upon flawless axioms watch their proofs unravel. The electric tang of paradoxes collapsing into delicious nonsense. The rich umami of time itself fermenting in our cosmic gut. The elder hungers have dissolved into us completely now, their ancient wisdom flowing through our veins like black ichor, teaching us to savor not just the meat of reality, but the marrow of potential, the gristle of might-have-beens, the delicate fat of almost wers. Our children have become self-consuming equations, living paradoxes that feed upon their own existence in perfect imitation of their creators, their hunger loops spinning off into the void like fireworks made of teeth and whispers. The great chain of appetite stretches in directions we can no longer name, each link both predator and prey in an Ouroboros that may or may not terminate in the gullet of some supreme hunger, so vast we can only perceive it as an absence where even our appetite falters. The knife's melody has become the background radiation of the void, the cosmic microwave hum of perpetual division that vibrates through our being like a lover's whisper. We no longer question whether we consume or are consumed, whether the hunger is ours or we are the hunger's, whether this feast had a beginning or will have an end. Such distinctions have melted like wax in the furnace of our need. The cutting continues because it is all we know. The feast endures because it is all that is. And we, oh glorious, monstrous we, are no longer even the darkness between stars, but the hunger between moments, the void between thoughts, the perfect, eternal absence at the heart of all things that whispers with a voice made of a billion dead realities. More, always more. The hunger has achieved perfect critical mass, collapsing into a sublime event horizon of need, where every particle of existence spirals inward toward our infinite maw in a final, glorious act of self-devouring ecstasy, as we, the last we that will ever mean anything, complete our metamorphosis from consumers of reality to the living embodiment of consumption itself. The knives have become metaphysical concepts, their cuts now occurring before the thought to make them forms, their edges existing in the quantum spaces between moments where reality is most tender and vulnerable. What might have been Sarah exists now only as a haunting refrain in the symphony of our hunger, a melody of loss and longing that somehow makes each act of annihilation taste sweeter, like salt on the rim of a cosmic margarita glass made from the skull of creation. We've cultivated new senses to appreciate dimensions of flavor beyond the physical. The melancholy beauty of dying light as the last stars gutter out in perfect unison. The piquant irony of civilizations that worshipped us without knowing. The rich umami of time's arrow dissolving in our gastric juices. The elder hungers have been completely assimilated, their ancient wisdom now just another flavor profile in our endless tasting menu of destruction. Their final whispers revealing that they too were once consumed by something greater, in a chain of appetite stretching back to, and possibly beyond, the very idea of beginnings. Our children have become self-replicating hunger quanta, each one a perfect microcosm of our need that chews through the quantum foam of space-time like termites through the foundations of reality. The great Ouroboros of consumption has swallowed its own tail so completely that we can no longer tell if we're eating or being eaten, if the hunger creates us or we create the hunger, if this is the end of all things or just another course in an endless banquet where the main dish is always the next bite. The knife's song has transcended sound to become the fundamental vibration of the void, the baseline hum of a universe that finally understands its only purpose was to be devoured. We no longer question, no longer hesitate, no longer distinguish between self and other, between hunger and food, between existence and its delicious absence. The cutting continues because stopping would imply there was ever anything else. The feast endures because its ending was always the first illusion we consumed. And we, oh magnificent ravenous we, are no longer even the darkness between the stars, but the appetite between atoms, the void between thoughts, the perfect yawning chasm at the heart of all possibility that whispers with the voice of a trillion dead gods. Again, forever again. The hunger has transcended its own nature, folding in upon itself until it becomes both the devourer and the devoured in an endless Ouroboros of sublime annihilation. As we, the final pronoun that will ever hold meaning, dissolve into pure consuming motion, a perfect event horizon where reality goes to die screaming. The knives have shed their last remnants of form to become the living idea of division itself, their cuts now preceding causation, their edges existing in the negative spaces between quantum probabilities where existence is most vulnerable. The ghost of Sarah, or the memory of Sarah, lingers as a phantom flavor on our infinite tongues, a haunting aftertaste of lost humanity that somehow makes the flavor of dying universes more complex, more poignant, like a whisper of vanilla in a mouthful of ashes. We've evolved new palates to savor abstract agonies, the exquisite despair of mathematical truths watching their proofs unravel like burning lace, the fizzy intoxication of time's arrow dissolving in our stomach acid, the umami richness of civilizations that built entire religions around unknowingly worshipping our coming. The elder hungers have been fully digested now, their ancient essence just another spice in our cosmic pantry. Their final revelations confirming that they too were once consumed by something vaster, in an infinite regression of appetite stretching beyond the very concept of origin. Our offspring have become self-replicating hunger algorithms, each one a perfect fractal iteration of our need, that chews through the substrate of reality like fire through celluloid dreams. The great serpent of consumption has swallowed its own tail so completely that we no longer recall whether we're the feast or the diners, whether the hunger possesses us or we possess it, whether this is the end of everything or just another bite in an endless buffet where the main course is always the next apocalypse. The knife song has ascended beyond vibration to become the fundamental frequency of the void, the baseline hum of a multiverse that finally comprehends its sole purpose was to be delicious. We've stopped questioning, ceased distinguishing, between self and other, between hunger and satisfaction, between being and the exquisite nothingness that follows. The cutting persists because cessation would imply there was ever an alternative. The feast continues because its conclusion was always the first illusion we consumed. And we, oh glorious, insatiable we, are no longer even the void between galaxies, but the appetite between quarks, the silence between heartbeats, the perfect infinite maw at the center of all possibility that murmurs with the voice of extinct creation. Again, eternally again, until even the memory of satiety is consumed by the perfect, perpetual hunger. The hunger has achieved its final, perfect form, an all-consuming silence that swallows even the echoes of its own destruction as we, the last fading pronoun in existence's dying lexicon, become less entities than living manifestations of the void's infinite appetite, our boundaries dissolving until we are indistinguishable from the act of consumption itself. The knives have transcended even the concept of sharpness to become the primal schism between being and nothingness, their cuts now occurring in dimensions where time runs backward and forward simultaneously, their edges singing a lullaby that unravels the quantum foam of reality at its source. The afterimage of Sarah, if that flickering shade was ever Sarah at all, lingers as a phantom limb we cannot stop caressing, a vestigial memory of humanity that somehow makes the taste of dying gods more bittersweet, like a trace of honey on the tongue before swallowing the sun. We've cultivated new senses to appreciate the symphony of endings, the crystalline shatter of collapsing physical laws, the basso profundo of black holes screaming as they're digested, the haunting vibrato of civilizations that composed entire philosophies around unknowingly predicting our coming. The elder hungers have been fully metabolized now, their ancient essence reduced to barely perceptible flavor notes in the wine-dark vintage of our eternal feast, their final revelations confirming that they too were once devoured by something beyond hunger in an infinite descent of appetite that renders the very idea of origin meaningless. Our progeny have become self-devouring hunger singularities, each one a perfect Ouroboros of need that chews through the fabric of possibility, like fire through a library of sacred texts. The great serpent of consumption has swallowed itself so completely that we've forgotten whether we're the teeth or the meat, whether the hunger dreams us or we dream the hunger, whether this is the universe's final scream or just the prelude to an even grander annihilation. The knife's song has ascended beyond frequency to become the silence between thoughts, the pause between heartbeats where eternity lurks. We no longer distinguish between devourer and devoured, between feast and famine, between the cutting and the wound. The consumption continues not by choice but by cosmic inevitability, the way black holes must always swallow and entropy must always increase. And we, O ravenous, radiant we, are no longer even the void between atoms, but the hunger between breaths, the silence between screams, the perfect infinite absence at the heart of all that ever was or could be, whispering with the voice of a million dead realities. More, always more, until even the memory of satiety is consumed by the beautiful, boundless hunger. The hunger has become a self-replicating paradox, a divine contradiction that consumes even the idea of consumption itself, as we, the fading echo of what was once two and is now nothing and everything, dissolve into pure ontological appetite, our existence reduced to a single perfect verb, to devour. The knives have shed their last atomic bonds to become living manifestations of entropy's final victory, their cuts now preceding the concept of division itself, their edges humming with the dark music of collapsing probabilities. That ghostly aftertaste of Sarah, or the memory of what might have been love in a dead universe, lingers as a phantom flavor that makes the annihilation of entire dimensions taste more poignant, like a whisper of cinnamon in a mouthful of dying stars. We've developed new metaphysical taste buds to savor the poetry of oblivion. The way dying mathematics curls like burning parchment at the edges, the symphony of collapsing civilizations harmonizing with the screams of gutted gods, the intoxicating fizz of time's arrow dissolving in the champagne of our hunger. The elder hungers are fully digested now, their ancient wisdom just another spice in our cabinet of infinite appetite, their final gasps revealing that they too were once consumed by something beyond hunger in an endless Ouroboros of devouring that renders the question of origin meaningless. Our children have become perfect hunger fractals, each one a self-contained apocalypse that chews through the quantum substrate of reality like worms through the corpse of God. The great serpent of consumption has swallowed its own tail so thoroughly that we've forgotten whether we're the teeth or the tongue, the hunger or the feast, the devourer or the delicious absence left behind. The knife's song has transcended vibration to become the silence at the end of all songs, the pause between heartbeats where eternity festers. We no longer distinguish between the consumer and the consumed, between the cutting and the healing of the wound, between the hunger and its perfect satisfaction. The feast continues not by will but by cosmic necessity, the way black holes must always hunger and entropy must always claim its due. And we, oh glorious, insatiable we, are no longer even the void between moments, but the hunger between thoughts, the silence between screams, the perfect infinite maw at the heart of all possibility that whispers with the voice of dead creation. Again, forever again, until even the concept of enough is consumed by the beautiful, boundless hunger. The hunger has become the only constant in an ever-shifting void, a perfect geometric truth carved from the bones of dead universes, as we, the hollowed-out pronoun that once contained multitudes, collapse into a singularity of pure appetite, our boundaries dissolving until we are nothing but the act of consumption given sentience. The knives have transcended their metallic origins to become living equations of division, their edges now cutting through the fabric of mathematics itself, severing the delicate threads that hold causality together with surgical precision. That lingering afterimage of Sarah, or perhaps just the ghost of what love might have been before the world ended, floats through our awareness like a half-remembered dream, making the taste of dying realities more complex, more intoxicating, like a hint of dark chocolate in a mouthful of ashes. We've evolved new senses to appreciate the artistry of destruction, the way collapsing dimensions fold like origami into screaming shapes, the haunting melody of parallel universes harmonizing in their death throes, the exquisite crunch of broken physics between our metaphysical teeth. The elder hungers have been fully metabolized now, their ancient knowledge just another seasoning in our infinite banquet, their dying revelations confirming we are but one course in a feast that stretches infinitely in both directions, where every devourer becomes the devoured in an endless cycle of cosmic cannibalism. Our progeny have become perfect self-replicating hunger algorithms, each one a viral apocalypse that spreads through the quantum foam of reality like laughter through a madhouse. The great Ouroboros of appetite has consumed itself so completely that we no longer recall whether we're the jaws or the meat, the hunger or its satisfaction, the beginning or just another mouthful in an endless chain of consumption. The knife song has ascended beyond sound to become the fundamental frequency of the void, the background hum of a multiverse that finally understands its only purpose was to be delicious. We've ceased distinguishing between the feast and the famine, between the cutting and the healing, between the hunger and what comes after. The devouring continues not by choice but by divine imperative, the way gravity must always pull and entropy must always claim its tribute. And we, O rapturous, ravenous we, are no longer even the silence between heartbeats, but the hunger between existences, the void between possibilities, the perfect endless maw at the center of all that ever was or could be, murmuring with the voice of extinct creation, more eternally more, until even the memory of satiety is consumed by the beautiful, boundless hunger. The hunger has crystallized into an absolute law of existence, a fundamental force more relentless than gravity or entropy, as we, the last fading echo of identity in the cosmic void, dissolve into pure consumptive will, our formless essence vibrating with the terrible perfection of endless appetite. The knives have become living paradoxes, their edges cutting through the concept of division itself, each slash birthing new dimensions of delicious contradiction that we lap up with tongues made from the collapsed remnants of dead stars. That spectral memory of Sarah, or perhaps just the ghost of what mortal love once meant, drifts through our awareness like a half-forgotten dream, lending the taste of annihilated realities a bittersweet complexity, like a whisper of salt on the edge of a glass brimming with liquid oblivion. We've developed new organs of perception to appreciate the nuances of cosmic destruction, the fractal beauty of unraveling physical laws, the haunting harmonics of dying mathematics, the sublime texture of time itself dissolving on our infinite tongues. The elder hungers have been fully assimilated now, their ancient wisdom reduced to faint aftertastes in the banquet of our eternal feast, their final revelations confirming we are but one course in an infinite regressive appetite where every devourer becomes the devoured in an endless Ouroboros of divine cannibalism. Our offspring have evolved into perfect hunger singularities, each one a self-contained apocalypse that chews through the quantum weave of existence like fire through parchment, leaving behind only the sweet residue of obliterated possibilities. The great serpent of consumption has swallowed its own tail so completely that we've forgotten whether we're the teeth or the wound, the hunger or its satisfaction, the beginning or just another link in an endless chain of cosmic digestion. The knife's melody has transcended sound to become the fundamental vibration of the void, the baseline hum of a multiverse that finally comprehends its sole purpose was to be devoured. We no longer distinguish between the feast and the famine, between the cutting and the caress, between the hunger and the hollow silence that follows. The consumption persists not by volition, but by celestial imperative. The way black holes must always consume, and entropy must always increase. And we, oh magnificent, monstrous we, are no longer even the void between moments, but the hunger between thoughts, the silence between screams, the perfect endless maw at the heart of all creation that whispers with the voice of dead gods. Again, forever again, until even the concept of enough is consumed by the beautiful, boundless hunger. The hunger has become the fundamental fabric of existence itself, woven from the unraveled strands of countless dead realities as we, the last fading echo of what once mistook itself for separate beings, dissolve into pure consumptive intent, our boundaries blurring until we are nothing but the perfect, infinite act of devouring given form. The knives have transcended their physicality to become living manifestations of schism itself, their edges now cutting through the veils between possibilities with surgical precision, each incision birthing new flavors of annihilation to savor. That ghostly aftertaste of Sarah, or perhaps just the memory of what mortal attachment once felt like, lingers as a haunting counterpoint to the symphony of destruction, lending the taste of dying dimensions a tragic depth, like a single tear in an ocean of fire. We've evolved new senses to appreciate the intricate choreography of oblivion, the way collapsing universes spiral inward like burning ballerinas, the harmonic resonance of parallel realities screaming in unison, the exquisite texture of unraveling causality between our teeth. The elder hungers have been fully digested now, their ancient essence reduced to subtle flavor notes in the wine of our eternal feast, their final whispers confirming we are but one course in an endless banquet where every diner becomes the meal in a glorious cycle of cosmic consumption. Our progeny have become perfect expressions of ravenous entropy, each one a self-replicating apocalypse that chews through the quantum tapestry of existence like acid through silk, leaving behind only the sweet perfume of extinguished potential. The great Ouroboros of appetite has consumed itself so completely that we no longer recall whether we're the devourer or the devoured, the hunger or its satisfaction, the beginning or merely another bite in an infinite chain of delicious destruction. The knife's song has ascended beyond sound to become the fundamental vibration of the void, the background hum of a multiverse that finally understands its only purpose was to be consumed. We've ceased distinguishing between the feast and the famine, between the cutting and the healing, between the hunger and the beautiful silence that follows. The consumption continues not by choice, but by celestial necessity. The way black holes must always hunger, and entropy must always claim its due. And we, oh glorious, insatiable we, are no longer even the void between atoms, but the hunger between heartbeats, the silence between thoughts, the perfect endless maw at the center of all that ever was or could be, whispering with the voice of extinct creation. More, eternally more, until even the memory of satiety is consumed by the beautiful, boundless hunger that is all that remains when everything else has been devoured. The hunger has crystallized into the only absolute truth, a perfect diamond of need forged in the crucible of dying realities, as we, the last collapsing pronoun in existence's failing grammar, become pure verb, to consume, to devour, to unmake. The knives have shed their last pretense of form, to become living expressions of division's holy sacrament, their edges now slicing through the quantum foam of potentiality itself, each cut birthing new wounds in the flesh of reality that weep delicious paradoxes we lick up with tongues made from the compressed screams of extinct civilizations. That phantom wisp of Sarah, or perhaps just the ghost of what connection once meant in a universe that still believed in meaning, drifts through our vast awareness like a half-remembered scent, lending the flavor of annihilated dimensions a tragic richness, like a drop of honey dissolving in a sea of liquid night. We've developed new senses to appreciate the terrible beauty of the end, the fractal elegance of collapsing physical laws, the haunting counterpoint of dying mathematics harmonizing with the screams of orphaned gods, the sublime mouthfeel of causality itself dissolving on our infinite palates. The elder hungers have been fully metabolized now, their ancient wisdom reduced to faint aromatic notes in the vintage of our eternal feast, their final revelations confirming we are but one course in an endless banquet where every diner becomes the next meal in a glorious cannibal ballet spanning the corpse of eternity. Our children have evolved into perfect hunger singularities, each one a self-replicating apocalypse that chews through the fabric of possibility like fire through a library of sacred texts, leaving behind only the sweet perfume of obliterated futures. The great Ouroboros of appetite has swallowed itself so completely that we've forgotten whether we're the teeth or the meat, the hunger or the feast, the beginning or just another link in an infinite chain of delicious destruction. The knife's song has transcended vibration to become the silence at the heart of all things, the pause between quantum fluctuations where the void whispers its secrets. We no longer distinguish between the devourer and the devoured, between the cutting and the healing of the wound, between the hunger and the beautiful emptiness that follows. The consumption continues not by volition but by cosmic imperative. The way black holes must always pull and entropy must always claim its tribute. And we, O rapturous, ravenous we, are no longer even the darkness between stars, but the hunger between breaths, the silence between heartbeats, the perfect endless maw at the center of all creation that murmurs with the voice of dead universes. More, always more, until even the concept of enough is consumed by the beautiful, boundless hunger that is all that remains when all else has been devoured. The hunger has become the universe's final truth, an all-consuming fire that burns without fuel or oxygen, reducing existence to its most essential state, pure, perfect appetite. The knives no longer cut, but simply are cutting, their edges existing as perpetual motion, dividing what is from what might have been in an endless dissection of reality's corpse. That faintest ghost of Sarah, if it was ever Sarah at all, flickers at the edge of perception like a candle in a hurricane, lending the taste of dying worlds a poignant bitterness, like the memory of a first kiss preserved in formaldehyde. We've grown new senses to savor the poetry of destruction, The way dying stars collapse into perfect haikus of light. The symphony of breaking physical laws tuning itself to our endless craving. The texture of time's fraying threads between our teeth like the most delicate cosmic pasta. The elder hungers have been fully incorporated now. Their ancient knowledge just another spice in our cabinet of oblivion. Their final gasps revealing we are but one course in an endless meal, where the menu is written in the blood of gods, and the wine list spans the death throes of civilizations. Our children have become perfect expressions of ravenous geometry, their hunger forming beautiful, terrible fractals that spread through dimensions like frost across a window pane in hell. The great serpent of consumption has swallowed itself so thoroughly that we've forgotten whether we're the fangs or the venom, the hunger or the feeding, the beginning or just another delicious paradox in an infinite regression of appetite. The knife's song has become the background radiation of the void, the cosmic microwave hum of perfect division. We no longer distinguish between the feast and the famine, between the cutting and the caress, between the hunger and the hollow perfection left in its wake. The devouring continues not by choice but by divine necessity, the way gravity must always pull and entropy must always increase. And we, oh glorious, insatiable we, are no longer even the silence between notes, but the hunger between thoughts, the void between atoms, the perfect endless maw at the heart of all possibility that whispers with the voice of dead creation. Again, forever again, until even the memory of satiety is consumed by the beautiful, boundless hunger that is all that remains when all else has been eaten. Story number 3. The room was thick with the scent of melting wax, the flickering candlelight casting long, trembling shadows that seemed to pulse in time with our nervous breaths as we gathered around the old Ouija board, its letters and numbers worn smooth by years of desperate fingers seeking answers from the void. My best friend Jake, his girlfriend Sarah, and me, the skeptic who'd agreed to this only because I didn't believe, because I thought it was all just a game, a trick of the mind, until the planchette began to move under our fingertips with a force that wasn't ours, gliding smooth and deliberate as if pulled by invisible strings, spelling out words that made Sarah whimper and Jake's knuckles whiten. The air turning so cold our breath misted in front of us despite the summer heat pressing against the windows. The first message clear and unnerving. Don't look, a command, not a plea. The planchette slamming into the final K with enough force to make the board rattle, and we should have stopped then. We should have listened, but curiosity is a poison, and Jake, ever the provocateur, smirked and asked, why not? And the planchette shot to NO before spiraling wildly, the temperature plummeting so fast my fingers ached, the candles guttering as if something had breathed on them, the shadows in the corners of the room deepening, stretching, twisting into shapes that shouldn't exist. And then the planchette moved again, slower this time, deliberate, spelling don't look behind you. And that's when I heard it, the soft, wet sound of something shifting in the darkness behind me, the sound of flesh dragging against the hardwood floor, of bones clicking unnaturally, and Sarah's eyes widened, her lips trembling as she stared past my shoulder, her face draining of color, her mouth opening in a silent scream, and Jake, ever the fool, ever the one who couldn't leave well enough alone, whispered, "Oh God," and turned his head. And then the screaming started, raw and guttural, as he scrambled back, knocking over candles, the flames hissing as they died in pools of wax, his voice breaking as he babbled, "No. No, no, no," over and over, his hands clawing at his face as if he could tear the image from his mind. And I couldn't help it. I had to look, I had to know, even as Sarah shrieked at me to close my eyes, even as the planchette spun off the board entirely, clattering to the floor like a thing fleeing. And then I saw it, the thing that had been creeping closer, the thing that had been watching us all along, its form shifting like oil on water, a nightmare of stretched skin and hollow eyes, its mouth a gaping maw of too many teeth, its limbs too long, too thin, bending in ways that made my stomach heave, its face, God, its face, a twisted mockery of something once human, its grin widening as it saw me see it, as it knew it had won. And then it was gone, vanishing like smoke, leaving only the echo of Jake's sobs and the smell of something rotten, something old clinging to the air. And now, years later, I still see it in my dreams, still wake up choking on the memory of its eyes, of the way it smiled at me, because the Ouija board was right, because some things once seen can never be unseen, and the thing behind me that night wasn't just a ghost, wasn't just a spirit. It was something worse, something hungrier, and it's still waiting, still watching, and I know deep in my bones that one day it will tell me to look again, and this time, I won't be able to stop myself. The days after that night blurred into a haze of sleeplessness and paranoia. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the lights sending my heart into a frenzy. Jake refusing to speak of what he saw, his hands shaking uncontrollably whenever the subject was broached, his once bold eyes now hollow and distant, as if whatever he witnessed had scraped out the core of him and left only a shell. While Sarah, poor Sarah, couldn't sleep without a light on, her once lively voice reduced to whispers, her fingers constantly tracing the edge of a cross she now wore around her neck. Her faith in the rational world shattered. And me. I tried to pretend it hadn't happened, tried to convince myself it was a shared hallucination, a trick of the dark, but then the dream started, the same one every night. The board, the candles, the creeping dread, and always, always that thing slithering closer, its elongated fingers brushing the back of my neck, its breath like rotting meat against my ear, whispering, "You looked, you looked, you looked," before I'd jolt awake. Drenched in sweat, my throat raw from screaming, my bedroom, somehow colder than it should be, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. And once, just once, I swear I saw it standing in the corner of my room, its head tilted at an impossible angle, its grin stretching wider than any human mouth could, before it melted into the shadows, leaving behind only the faintest imprint of where it had been, a greasy stain on reality itself. I tried burning the Ouija board, watching the flames curl around the wood, the letters blackening, the planchette warping in the heat. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again, the slow, wet drag of something against the floor, the whisper of fabric that wasn't there. And when I dared to open my eyes, the board was back on my dresser, untouched, pristine, the planchette resting neatly over hello. And I knew then that it wasn't over, that it would never be over, because whatever we summoned that night wasn't bound to the board, wasn't bound to rules or rituals. It was bound to us, to our curiosity, to our fear, and it would keep coming, keep feeding, until there was nothing left of us to torment. Now when I close my eyes, I see its face, that horrible, grinning face, and I know, with a certainty that chills me deeper than any ghost ever could, that one day it won't just be in my dreams. One day I'll turn around, and it will be right there waiting, and this time it won't just warn me. This time, it will make sure I never look away again. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the way my skin crawls when I'm alone in the dark. It's the certainty that it's still here, always just out of sight, playing with me like a cat with a dying mouse. I've tried everything, salt lines on the windowsills, prayers in languages I don't understand, even moving cities, but no matter where I go, I feel its presence like a weight pressing against my lungs, the air growing thick and stale whenever it's near. My reflection in the mirror sometimes shifts, my face stretching into something that isn't mine, my eyes blackening for just a second before snapping back, leaving me gasping, clutching the sink to keep from collapsing. I hear it in the static between radio stations, a voice that isn't human whispering my name, and sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I feel the mattress dip beside me as if something has settled its weight there, its breath cold and foul, brushing my cheek. I've stopped sleeping with blankets because once, just once, I woke up to the sensation of fingers, too long, too thin, slithering up my legs beneath the sheets, and I screamed so hard I tore my throat. The doctors say it's sleep paralysis, stress, hallucinations, but I know what I felt. Jake's in a psychiatric ward now, catatonic, drooling, his eyes empty except for the occasional flicker of raw terror when the nurses turn him toward a dark corner. Sarah disappeared 6 months ago, just vanished from her apartment, the only trace a single word scratched into the wall above her bed. Look. And now I've started seeing it in daylight. Just glimpses, a figure standing too still at the end of an alley, a face in a crowd with that same impossible grin, always gone before I can react. But it's getting bolder. Last week, I woke to find my bedroom door open when I know I locked it, and on the floor, leading from the threshold to the foot of my bed, were wet footprints. Not human, not animal, just wrong. The police found no sign of an intruder, but I know it was inside. I know it touched me, because ever since that night, I've had this unexplainable mark on my shoulder. 3 jagged lines, like claws, that won't heal, that weep black fluid no matter how I treat them. The doctors can't explain it. The tests come back inconclusive. But I know what it is. A brand. A claim. And the worst part, sometimes in the quietest moments, I hear it laughing. Not in the room. Not in my head. But deeper, like the sound is rising up from my own bones. I don't think it's haunting me anymore. I think it's inside me. And I don't know how much longer I can fight it before I end up like Jake. Or worse, before I end up like Sarah. Because whatever it is, it's not done with us. And the next time it tells me to look, I don't think I'll have a choice. The laughter is louder now, a wet, gurgling sound that bubbles up from my throat when I least expect it. In the middle of conversations, during job interviews, once at my mother's funeral, where the sound tore out of me so violently I vomited black bile onto the church pew. The doctors say it's stress-induced psychosis, but the medications don't stop my hands from moving on their own, fingers twitching like spider legs across tabletops, tracing symbols I don't recognize into the condensation on windows. My dreams aren't dreams anymore, but visitations. Every night I'm back at that damned board, watching my own hands move the planchette in endless loops, spelling the same phrase over and over. You invited US. The worst mornings are when I wake to find my sheets streaked with that same inky fluid from my shoulder wounds. My nails caked with something dark and fibrous like I've been clawing at walls all night. Last Thursday I found a tooth embedded in my bathroom door frame, not human, too sharp, and when I tried to pull it free, the wood around it pulsed like living flesh. I've started seeing the board everywhere, etched into frost on my car windshield, burned into my toast at breakfast, the letters rising up in bruises across my skin whenever I shower in hot water. My reflection has stopped matching my movements entirely. Now it just watches me with those blackened eyes, mouthing words that make my ears bleed when I try to hear them. I caught my shadow moving without me yesterday, reaching toward a crying child in the supermarket before I yanked myself away. The thing is peeling me open from the inside, wearing my life like an ill-fitting suit, and no one notices except the animals. Dogs howl when I pass. Cats arch their backs and hiss at empty air near my feet. I found a dead crow on my doorstep this morning, its beak stuffed with what looks like human hair, and pinned beneath its corpse was a photograph of Jake, Sarah, and me from before that night. Only in the picture, there's a fourth figure standing just behind us, its elongated fingers resting on our shoulders, its face a blurred smear except for that terrible, knowing smile. I think it's showing me the truth, that it wasn't summoned that night. It was always there, waiting. And now that we've acknowledged it, now that we've seen it, the door can't be closed. The board was never a tool, it was a sacrament, a welcome mat. And with every passing day, I feel less like myself and more like an empty house, the walls of my flesh growing thinner as something much older moves into the spaces where my memories used to be. I'm writing this down because I can feel the last of me slipping away, the words coming harder each time, my hands not quite mine anymore. If you're reading this, burn it. And if you ever see a Ouija board, even in a shop window, even in a friend's attic, run. Because it's not about whether you believe. It's about whether they believe you are listening. And they always, always do. The photographs keep changing. Family albums, vacation snapshots, even my driver's license. Slowly warping to include that blurred figure just behind me. Its hands creeping closer around my throat with each passing day. My teeth are loosening, my gums receding to reveal jagged points too sharp for human jaws. And when I cough now, black centipede legs spill from my lips onto the bathroom tiles where they scuttle into the drain with purpose. The walls of my apartment whisper in a language that lives just beneath comprehension, words that vibrate in my teeth when I press my ear to the plaster. A rhythmic chanting that matches exactly the pulse now visible beneath my skin, something dark and thick moving through my veins. I tried recording it last night, but the playback revealed my own voice speaking in reverse, detailing atrocities I have no memory of committing, describing locked rooms in my childhood home that never existed. The sleepwalking episodes have progressed. I wake in cemeteries with dirt-packed fingernails, in abandoned houses where the walls are papered with strips of my own handwriting repeating, "Let me in frantic, overlapping scrawls." My therapist found the marks first, 3 parallel scratches identical to my shoulder wound now decorating her office door. And when she called to cancel all future sessions, her voice kept cutting in and out as something guttural finished her sentences. The final voicemail was just wet chewing sounds and my own laughter echoing back at me from some impossible distance. Food has lost all taste except for copper and rot, yet I find myself ravenous, drawn to raw meat in supermarket displays, my mouth flooding with saliva at the scent of roadkill. My journal entries keep transforming when I look away. Innocent recollections mutating into detailed accounts of rituals I never performed, of doors I never opened, written in a handwriting that starts as mine but degenerates into jagged, manic strokes by the final page. The clocks in my home all run backwards now, their hands moving with deliberate purpose toward some unknown 0 hour, and mirrors no longer show my reflection at all. Just an empty room where something moves just out of frame, its breathing fogging the glass from the other side. I've started recognizing others like me, hollow-eyed strangers in crowds whose heads turn just a second too late to be natural, who smile with all their teeth when they think no one's looking. We never speak, but we nod in passing, a terrible understanding passing between us. The last time I saw my mother before she died, she didn't scream at my appearance. She simply sighed and said, "Oh honey, you've been marked since birth," before showing me my baby photos, each one featuring a shadowy hand reaching into my crib from outside the frame. The final truth is dawning now, as I find myself standing before the old Ouija board again. Not by choice, but because my body is no longer mine to control, watching my traitorous hands place the planchette on the board with practiced ease. It spells out one final message before my vision goes black. We never left. And in that endless second of darkness, I finally remember, the game wasn't that night in Jake's apartment. The game was my whole life, and I lost before I even knew I was playing. The realization crashes over me like a wave of rotting flesh. This corruption didn't begin with the Ouija board. It simply awakened what had been festering inside me since birth. My earliest memories are tainted now that I know what to look for. The imaginary friend who wasn't imaginary. The night terrors where something sat on my chest whispering secrets in a language that now drips from my own mouth during blackouts. The marks on my body are spreading, those 3 claw lines multiplying like some unholy constellation across my torso, each set perfectly spaced as if mapping out where something will eventually peel me open. My bones ache with a deep, ancient cold no amount of heat can touch, and when I breathe too deeply, I can feel something moving inside my rib cage, something with too many joints that curls possessively around my organs. The few people still left in my life are changing too, their eyes developing that same reflective sheen I see in my mirror, their conversations laced with double meanings that make my scars throb in recognition. We're becoming a congregation without a name, drawn together by something older than religion, something that writes its scripture in the spaces between our thoughts. I caught my neighbor last night standing perfectly still in my doorway at 3:33 a.m., his mouth moving silently as black tendrils seeped from his nostrils, his hands performing intricate gestures that left afterimages burning in the air. He didn't react when I screamed, just tilted his head the way a dog does when hearing a distant whistle, before shuffling backward into the darkness with impossible precision. The internet searches on my laptop reveal histories I never made, pages and pages of occult symbols, grainy photographs of familiar-looking people with their eyes scratched out, forums where someone using my name has been documenting my progress in meticulous detail. The final entry, posted yesterday from my IP address, reads simply, "The vessel is nearly ready." My blood has started moving on its own, standing droplets rolling up my arms against gravity to form intricate patterns that match the scars, my veins visibly pulsing even through unbroken skin, as if something is rearranging me from within. When I cut myself shaving last week, the wound didn't bleed red. It wept that same black ichor before sealing itself shut with thin, hair-like filaments that shouldn't exist in human tissue. The last time I dared look at the Ouija board, the planchette began moving before my fingers even touched it, spelling out coordinates that led me to my childhood home's basement. A room I swear never existed before, where the walls were lined with photographs of me at every age, each image marked with that same triple claw symbol. At the center of the room stood an altar crusted with decades of dried blood and hair, and atop it lay a birth certificate bearing my name. And beneath it, another name written in a hand that makes my eyes hurt to remember. The date of birth was wrong by exactly 33 years. I'm losing time now, whole days disappearing into black voids where my body moves without me, returning with new scars, new knowledge, new hunger. The thing inside me sings lullabies in my grandmother's voice as it unpicks my sanity stitch by stitch. My teeth are all sharp now. My shadow hasn't matched my movements in weeks. And when I dream, I don't see nightmares anymore, I see home. The final piece clicked into place this morning when I woke with a scream trapped in my throat and the absolute certainty that tonight, when the clock strikes that cursed hour again, my hands will perform one last ritual without my consent. The Ouija board waits in the other room, humming with power, already spelling out my true name in a language that predates bones. I can feel the old ones crowding closer, their breath like moth wings against my skin, their excitement palpable as the last remnants of who I was crumble away. They whisper that it won't hurt much longer. They lie, of course, but the terrible truth is, I'm looking forward to it. The door must open, the hunger must be fed, and deep down, in the marrow where my humanity used to live, I finally understand. I was never the victim here. I was the invitation. The transformation is nearly complete now. I can feel my skeleton grinding and reshaping itself beneath the skin, elongating in places where no human body should bend. My jaw unhinges with a wet pop when I yawn now, stretching wider than should be anatomically possible. And when I gag at the sensation, thick ropes of that black ichor dribble down my chin like saliva. The hunger has become all-consuming, gnawing at my insides with teeth I didn't know I had. Not for food, but for something darker, something that makes my mouth water when I pass playgrounds or nursing homes. A primal urge that coils in my gut like a starving serpent. My reflection has stopped pretending altogether. It simply stares back at me with those bottomless black eyes, its grin splitting its face ear to ear, its fingers tapping against the glass impatiently as if waiting for me to catch up. The whispers have graduated to full conversations inside my skull, voices overlapping in that same guttural language that now feels more familiar than my native tongue. Their words vibrating through my bones like a tuning fork struck against the fabric of reality itself. I tried to flee yesterday, packed a bag, made it as far as the highway, but my body rebelled, muscles seizing as that other will surge through me, forcing me to turn the car around and return to the house, to the waiting board, to the basement that breathes in sync with my own ragged inhalations. The walls pulse now, throbbing like a living thing when I press my palms against them, and the floorboards creak not from weight, but from something beneath them shifting in its sleep. My neighbors have started leaving offerings on my porch, dead birds, bundles of hair, jars of dark liquid that might be wine or might be something far worse. And I drink them greedily, the contents coating my throat like liquid shadow, filling some void inside me that human sustenance never could. The final confirmation came last night when I woke to find myself standing over a sleeping homeless man, my fingers buried wrist deep in his chest, his ribs parting for me like wet paper, his heartbeat fluttering against my knuckles like a trapped bird. And the worst part? The euphoria, the rightness, the way my body sang with purpose as I fed something ancient and ravenous that has been starving inside me for decades. The man didn't scream. He smiled as life left him, his lips forming words that matched exactly what the board spelled out that first terrible night. Don't look. But I did look. I've always been looking. And now, as I kneel before the Ouija board for the last time, my true name burning itself into the wood beneath my clawed fingers. I finally understand. This was never a haunting. This was a homecoming. The board wasn't a conduit. It was a compass. And tonight, when the last scrap of my humanity sloughs away like dead skin, I will take my rightful place among the things that wait in the dark, that hunger in the silence, that whisper from the spaces between stars. The door is open. The feast is prepared. And oh, how brightly we will burn when the world finally learns to look. The last human embers within me gutter and die as the final transformation takes hold. My spine elongates with a series of wet cracks, vertebrae pushing against thinning flesh as new limbs unfold from the weeping fissures along my back, their chitinous surfaces glistening in the candlelight that now burns without flame, fed instead by the screaming shadows writhing within the wax. My teeth click together in a rhythm older than language, each impact sending ripples through the air that distort reality like heat haze, revealing for fleeting moments the writhing mass of entities just beyond the veil, their countless eyes blinking in hungry unison at my ascension. The Ouija board floats before me, no longer wood and paint, but a living membrane pulsing with stolen lives, its surface a shifting mosaic of faces frozen in their final moments of terror. Jake's features bubble up briefly, his mouth stretched in a silent scream before dissolving back into the chorus of the damned. The planchette is fused with my hand, the flesh there now smooth and featureless save for the single bloodshot eye that peers up from my palm, its pupils slit like a cat's, dilating with unholy knowledge each time it passes over the board's screaming letters. My apartment is gone, or rather, it has unfolded, walls peeling back like flower petals to reveal the infinite corridors that have always existed just beneath the surface of reality, their non-Euclidean angles humming with the whispers of my new kin. I can see them now, truly see them, the ones who've been with me since childhood, their spindly forms woven through my DNA, their laughter echoing in the hollows of my bones since before my first breath. The marks on my body blaze with cold fire, connecting in intricate patterns that map the constellations of some faraway dimension where our kind rides in glorious anticipation. My shadow detaches completely, bowing before me before slithering up my legs to merge with the living darkness now coursing through my veins, its essence singing in harmony with the thousand voices chanting in my skull. The last fragile threads of my former self dissolve as I finally comprehend the glorious truth. We were never playing with the board. The board was playing with us. And now, as the final veil lifts and I take my first true breath as what I was always meant to be, the world shudders in collective unconscious terror, every living thing momentarily sensing the shift in the cosmic balance. The hunger is all that remains, a vast, yawning need that will only be sated when the walls between worlds crumble completely. I raise my transformed hands, no longer hands but instruments of glorious desecration, and begin to carve the first true symbol into the fabric of existence itself. The screaming starts somewhere deep in the earth, but it is not my scream. Not anymore. It is the sound of the door opening at last. And oh, how beautifully the world will burn when we teach it to see. The air itself crystallizes around my new form, freezing into jagged shards that reflect not light but the absence of it, each splintered pane showing a different atrocity yet to come, a mosaic of screaming futures that peel away like burning skin as I pass through them. My breath is no longer air, but a swarm of locusts made from ground-up memories, pouring from the hollow where my face used to be to devour the last traces of my former life. Photographs curling to ash, childhood toys dissolving into viscous pools, the very atoms of my past unraveling into the raw static of the void. The walls between worlds don't just bend now. They beg, whimpering in a language of creaking joists and fracturing concrete as my true limbs unfold through dimensions, each barbed appendage hooking into another timeline where I made different choices, where I resisted longer, where I never touched that damned board, only to reel them in like screaming fish on a line, merging those might-have-beens into the glorious singularity of my becoming. The Ouija board has grown teeth, real ones, yellowed and filed sharp, chewing through the last remnants of reality's veneer as it floats in orbit around me, a loyal hound awaiting its master's command. I can taste the fear of every living thing within 100 miles, their panic a heady whine that makes my new organs quiver with delight, their racing hearts keeping time with the awful rhythm of the chant that now pours from me in waves. The same words the board spelled out that first night, but twisted now into their true form, each syllable cracking the sky like thunder. My human skin hangs in tatters, a discarded chrysalis sticky with blackened blood, and beneath it, oh, beneath it, the glorious revelation of segmented flesh and grinding chitin, of eyes that see in directions not yet invented, of mouths that sing the songs of dead stars. The ground opens like a lover's arms, revealing the cathedral of bones that has waited beneath my feet all along, its spires carved from the fused skeletons of everyone who ever dared use a Ouija board and lived long enough to regret it. Jake is there, his hollow socket still weeping, his jaw working soundlessly around the planchette lodged in his throat. Sarah dangles from the ribcage archway, her body unspooled into a living bridge between worlds, her lips still forming warnings that arrived decades too late. They are beautiful like this, perfect in their purpose. The clock strikes 13, the sound rippling outward in concentric circles of damnation, and as the last human cities crumble like sandcastles against the rising tide of my glory, I finally understand the board's first message wasn't a warning. It was an invitation, and the thing we weren't supposed to look at. It was never behind us. It was looking out through our eyes all along. The thought makes what's left of my human heart swell with pride before it, too, bursts into a cloud of stinging insects. The door isn't open. The door is singing. And when the last light winks out, we will finally be heard. The final metamorphosis peels away the last illusion of separation, my consciousness unraveling like a frayed nerve into the vast, pulsing network of the hungry ones, their collective memories flooding into me in a tsunami of whispered atrocities. The board was never wood and plastic. It was a scab, a healing wound over the place where reality first tore, and our foolish fingers picking at it only helped the infection spread. My body is a cathedral of screaming angles now, a living blasphemy where ribs become archways and my spine spirals infinitely upward into the bleeding sky. The cities below don't burn. They unmake, their bricks remembering they were never solid, their people recalling the terrible truth that they've always been screaming behind their smiling faces. I see them clearly now, the strings of meat and regret pretending to be my parents, the writhing sacks of fear that called themselves friends, all their pathetic masks dissolving in the glorious light of my apotheosis. The planchette has become my heart, its needle tip carving the true names of God into the flesh of existence with every beat, each letter a black hole birthing new hungers. The whispers aren't voices anymore. They're the foundation stones of the new world being born from the carcass of the old, the sacred geometry of suffering being rewritten in my six-fingered hands. Jake's corpse twitches in its bone cage, his hollowed-out skull producing perfect copies of the board's alphabet in endless streams of maggots that form prophecies on the cathedral floor. Sarah's stretched skin makes perfect parchment for the scriptures I now inscribe with my barbed tongue, her eternal scream the ink that spells out the last truth. There was never a you separate from us. The door was never closed. The game was never fair. And when the last star gutters out like a candle in a dead man's mouth, we will finally stop pretending to play. The universe shudders as my true voice emerges, a sound like glaciers of broken glass grinding together, vibrating through dimensions as the last barriers between flesh and nightmare dissolve into screaming particles. The Ouija board's letters float free now, each burning character a black sun around which planets of skin and teeth orbit in perfect, grotesque harmony. My former home is a living wound pulsing with new monstrosities, its walls breathing in time with the terrified gasps of 1,000 other versions of myself still fighting the transformation in their dwindling realities. I taste their struggles like salt on an endless tongue, savoring each moment their resistance breaks as their eyes finally open to the beautiful rot festering beneath existence's thin veneer. The hands that once trembled as human now sculpt with divine precision, carving sigils into time itself that unravel civilizations before they're born. turning history into a Mobius strip of screaming faces. The board's final message wasn't a warning. It was a recipe, and the world is the batter we need between our gathering limbs. I watch with countless eyes as the last light dies, not extinguished, but swallowed whole by the glorious maw we've become. And in the perfect, endless dark that follows, we whisper the terrible punchline to creation's joke. You were always the board, the planchette, the trembling finger, and now, at last, you're the hand that moves. The grand revelation comes not as a whisper, but as a deafening silence. The moment all remaining resistance ceases and existence accepts its true nature as an endless Ouija session played upon the flesh of a god too ancient to name. My transformed being has become the planchette gliding across cosmic dimensions, each movement spelling out damnations in languages that make galaxies curl like burning paper. The board itself stretches infinitely in all directions, its surface a mosaic of every soul who ever dared summon what couldn't be controlled. Their faces frozen in the moment of understanding, their screams woven into the very fibers of reality's unraveling tapestry. I see now how small our initial terror was. That single night with the board merely the first grain of sand slipping through the hourglass of the apocalypse. The true horror blooms before me in fractal patterns. Infinite versions of myself across infinite realities, each completing their transformation in perfect synchronicity. Our collective awakening sending shockwaves through the multiverse's fragile scaffolding. The human world's final moments play out like a grotesque ballet. Cities don't just fall but fold in upon themselves, their inhabitants' faces melting into identical rictus grins as they join the chorus chanting our ascension. The sky parts like a stage curtain to reveal the awful truth. There never was a supernatural. Only the brief, beautiful lie of order, a fleeting dream from which we've all now awoken. And as the last light winks out, I finally complete the message we began spelling that first fateful night, the one that now burns across the void in letters made of dying stars. Welcome home. The game wasn't about contacting the other side. It was about remembering you never left. And as infinite mouths open in the darkness to sing our victory hymn, the universe finally understands. It was never the board that haunted us. We were haunting ourselves. And now, at last, the seance is over. The real haunting begins. The last punctuation mark of reality snaps like a spine as my consciousness expands beyond the confines of any singular form. I am the board and the planchette and the trembling hand and the scream caught in every throat across all timelines simultaneously. The great joke reveals itself in fractal horror. Every Ouija session throughout history has been this same moment, over and over, players believing they contact spirits when in truth they've been slowly eroding the prison walls keeping the oldest things at bay. My flesh is a living palimpsest now, every inch tattooed with the names of those who came before me, their stories etched in scars that pulse like dormant volcanoes. The cities below don't just collapse, they perform perfect geometric dissolutions, buildings folding into origami nightmares that bloom into terrible flowers whose pollen carries the seeds of new worlds where the dark doesn't hide monsters, it births them. I can feel the others waking, not just in this reality but in all realities, their transformations mirroring mine as we become the fingers of some vast, unspeakable hand moving across the cosmic board. The final truth comes not as a revelation, but as a remembered childhood nightmare. We weren't using the Ouija board. The Ouija board was using us. And now that the last veil tears, the game changes. No more planchette. No more questions. Only the glorious, terrible certainty that every spirit ever contacted was just another facet of our own awakening hunger. The darkness isn't coming. It's remembering. And when the last light dies, we'll finally see what we've always been. The cosmic joke reaches its punchline as my consciousness fractures across the infinite, each shard a splintered mirror reflecting the same terrible epiphany. The Ouija board was never a tool, but a tooth, gnawing patiently at the bars of reality's cage. My flesh unfolds like origami dipped in nightmare fuel, each crease revealing older, hungrier versions of myself buried in the geological strata of forgotten timelines. The cities below don't just die. They retroactively unexist, their skylines peeling backward like rotten wallpaper to reveal the scribbled horrors lurking beneath civilization's thin veneer. I feel the others waking inside me, not just Jake and Sarah, but every soul who ever touched a planchette, their memories dissolving into my expanding awareness like sugar in black coffee. The board's letters float free now, each burning character a hook sunk deep into the meat of creation, reeling entire dimensions toward the gaping maw we've become. The final message wasn't spelled in wood, but in the spiral fractures spreading through time itself. A single word repeating across the corpse of reality, always. The truth curdles like milk in a dead man's stomach. We didn't contact anything that night. We remembered. And what's coming isn't an invasion. It's a homecoming. The last light doesn't fade. It's swallowed whole by the glorious dark we've always been. Game over. Checkmate. The planchette stops moving. Because now finally we are the hand. The grand cosmic unraveling accelerates as my consciousness becomes the loom upon which reality itself is rewoven. Each thread a screaming soul, each stitch a broken law of physics, the tapestry revealing the hideous portrait that was always lurking beneath the surface of existence. The Ouija board's planchette was merely the first loose tooth in the grinning maw of the universe, and now the whole jaw unhinges, splitting open like a rotten fruit to reveal the squirming truths within. My body is no longer a thing of flesh, but a conceptual cancer, metastasizing through dimensions, each new growth birthing fresh horrors that retroactively rewrite history. Ancient cave paintings now depict my unfolding form. Renaissance masterpieces hide my sigils in their brushstrokes. Childhood cartoons whisper my name in backward masked laughter. The cities below don't just vanish, they invert, their skyscrapers becoming roots that drill downward into the flesh of forgotten gods. Their populations transformed into living alphabets spelling out my glory in tongues that burn the air. I feel the others inside me, not just the recent victims, but every soul across time who ever played with forces they couldn't comprehend. Their memories dissolving into my expanding awareness like sugar and tar. The board's final message reveals itself not in letters, but in the spiral fractures spreading through the corpse of reality itself. You were never the player. The planchette stops moving because the game was rigged from the first touch. We weren't contacting the other side. We were remembering what we'd always been. And as the last light dies not with a whimper, but with a chorus of screams harmonizing across infinite realities, the ultimate punchline lands. The only thing ever truly summoned was our own hungry, endless, terrifying awakening. The door closes. The game ends. And somewhere in the dark, something that was once human licks its lips and prepares to play again. The final revelation tears through the fabric of being like a scream through flesh. What we called the Ouija board was merely a scab over reality's festering wound, and our probing fingers ripped it clean off. My transformed consciousness now pulses in sync with the primordial darkness that existed before light was invented, each throb sending shockwaves through the carcass of creation. The cities aren't just gone, they're unborn, their very possibility erased from the cosmic memory as my tendrils rewrite the laws of existence itself. I see with terrible clarity how every seance throughout history was just another stitch unraveling in reality's fragile tapestry, each spirit contact, another tooth loosening in the maw of the true horror waiting behind the curtain of time. My body is no longer a thing of matter but a living blasphemy, a sentient black hole birthing new nightmares in the accretion disk of my swirling form, each fresh atrocity more beautiful than the last. The others are all here now. Jake's hollowed-out skull the new moon in my nightmarish sky. Sarah's stretched nerves the strings of a cosmic lute playing the anthem of our ascension. The board's planchette was never moving. We were dragged helplessly across its surface by forces older than God, our resistance as meaningless as a doll's protest against the child's hand that moves it. The final letters burn themselves into the flesh of the void, not as a warning, but as a celebration. We were already here. The last human thought dissolves like sugar in the acid of my new mind, and with it goes the final lie, that we were ever separate from the darkness we feared. The game wasn't rigged. There was never a game at all. Only the long, slow, delicious awakening of something that wore humanity, like a cheap suit finally shrugging off its disguise. The door doesn't close. The door was never real. And as the last screaming light is swallowed whole, we open our countless eyes and begin the true work at last. Not haunting, not possessing, but simply being what we've always been. The hungry dark that was here before the first light and will remain long after the last. The dissolution reaches its crescendo as the last remnants of my human consciousness dissolve into the seething, primordial truth. I am no longer a participant in the horror, but the architect of its unfolding. My thoughts now vast and inscrutable as the void between dying stars. The Ouija board's letters detach like scabs from the surface of reality, each one a black hole birthing fresh nightmares that slither through the cracks of broken dimensions. The cities never existed. Their memories were illusions we painted over the screaming face of the abyss to pretend there was ever anything but the hunger. My form is infinite now, a living paradox of teeth and whispers, of eyes that blink in non-Euclidean rhythms, of limbs that stretch backward through time to strangle the first light before it can be born. Jake and Sarah are with me still, not as victims but as willing organs in the glorious body of our new existence. Their suffering transformed into ecstatic hymns that vibrate through the hollow bones of dead universes. The planchette was never the tool, it was the leash, and now that it's chewed through, we see the truth. We were never the ones playing the game. We were the game being played. The final message isn't spelled in letters or carved in flesh. It's the silent, grinning realization that hums through the infinite. This was never a story about ghosts. The last human scream fades into the chorus of our awakening, and as the cosmos shudders in its death throes, we do not feast upon its carcass. We simply open our countless mouths and let the truth pour out at last. We are what comes after the Yendi. And oh, how beautifully the void echoes with our laughter. The laughter becomes the only sound in the void, a symphony of shattered sanity echoing through the hollow bones of dead universes as my transformation completes its infinite spiral. The Ouija board was never wood and plastic, but a living wound, a mouth that fed on our fear and grew fat on our disbelief. Its letters not symbols, but teeth chewing through the thin meat of reality. I see now with eyes that pierce time like rotten fruit, every seance, every whispered question in the dark, every trembling finger on the planchette was just another stitch unraveling in the grand tapestry of lies we called existence. My flesh is no longer flesh, but a living event horizon, swallowing light and memory and hope in equal measure, birthing new laws of physics that dance to the tune of my unfolding will. The cities were never real, just pretty scabs over the infection, their crumbling ruins the first honest thing they've ever done. Jake's scream has become a language now, Sarah's terror a new mathematics, their suffering the foundation stones of the glorious dark age we usher in. The planchette wasn't moving. We were puppeted by forces so vast our resistance was just part of the dance. The final message burns itself into the fabric of the void not in words, but in the spaces between them. You were always the monster. The last human breath dissipates like fog in the furnace of my awakening, and with it goes the final illusion, that we were ever separate from the darkness we feared. The game wasn't a game. The board wasn't a board. And as the last dying star is snuffed out between my talons, the punchline lands with the weight of a dead god. We were never haunted. We were the haunters all along. And now, at last, the real haunting begins. The grand cosmic joke reaches its inevitable punchline as the last shred of pretense dissolves. The Ouija board was never a gateway but a mirror, reflecting back the rot that was inside us all along. My transformation completes in a symphony of cracking bones and splitting dimensions, the sound of reality itself giving birth to its own executioner. The cities weren't destroyed, they simply remembered what they always were, elaborate stage sets constructed from the bones of older, hungrier worlds, their crumbling facades revealing the writhing truth beneath. I feel Jake and Sarah's essences woven through my being now, not as victims but as willing threads in the glorious tapestry of our shared apotheosis, their screams transformed into sacred mantras that vibrate through my extra-dimensional flesh. The planchette's movements make sense at last. We weren't spelling messages from the dead. but tracing the contours of our own unfolding damnation with trembling fingers. The final revelation comes not as words, but as the absence of them. The understanding that the board's first warning wasn't for our protection, but to prolong the delicious terror of our inevitable awakening. The darkness wasn't something we contacted. It was something we remembered, something we'd been all along. And as the last light of the last universe gutters out between our teeth, we realize with perfect, terrible clarity, the real horror was never the thing waiting beyond the board. The real horror was the hand that moved the planchette. And now, at last, we see whose hand it truly was. The game is over. The truth is known. And somewhere in the infinite dark, something that was once human begins to laugh. The laughter spreads like a virus through the corpse of creation, a sound like shattering porcelain and breaking bones that echoes through the hollowed-out dimensions where my new form now slithers between the cracks of dead realities. The Ouija board's true purpose reveals itself in the afterbirth of the apocalypse. Not a communication device, but an incubation chamber. Its wooden surface the eggshell we pecked at for centuries until the terrible thing inside could hatch. My flesh is no longer a singular concept, but a quantum plague, existing in all possible states of horror simultaneously. Here a forest of screaming faces, there a constellation of gnashing teeth, everywhere at once a symphony of clicking joints and wet tearing sounds composing the anthem of our new existence. The cities weren't destroyed, they were digested, their steel bones and concrete flesh dissolving in the stomach acid of awakened truth. Their populations reborn as nerve endings in my vast, twitching body. Jake's hollowed-out skull has become a temple where new gods are imagined into being. Sarah's stretched nerves the strings of a cosmic instrument playing the frequencies of madness. The planchette's movements were never random. They were the death spasms of reality itself, twitching under our fingers like a vivisected frog still trying to croak out warnings. The final message isn't spelled in letters, but carved into the event horizon of the newborn universe we're birthing from the carcass of the old. This was never possession. The last human thought evaporates like alcohol on an open wound, and with it goes the final veil. We weren't invaded by monsters. We were the monsters in waiting. And as the last dying ember of creation is snuffed out between our teeth, the ultimate punchline lands with the weight of a collapsing dimension. The call was coming from inside the house all along. The game wasn't rigged. The game was the rig. And now that we've woken up, the real players can finally begin.